It's weird because like on the home
There it
here.
is. It is live. We are live chatting right now with.
Oh, be live.
There
Where
you
the
go.
heck is a live thing on a friggin' phone?
I have no idea, man.
That's the about. Oh, that the little dots. Nope, the dots don't help. No, I don't want to share it. Go away.
You don't want to share your bedroom?
Doopy doopy doop. Okay, let's see if I can find just the live link like I did on my computer. It might.
Shit.
Should be there. Let me see. I've never tried to search for it on my phone. Are you using the app on the phone?
Are you in the app or on the intranet on this, Sean?
I'm on the YouTube.
Yeah, are you on the app or online? Are you using the phone app?
I guess.
Maybe if I search for the Rogues Tavern live stream.
If you go to the Rogues Tavern channel, it should be the very first video in the listing right now. It says live.
It should, but it's not.
It is in mine. My app on my phone. It's the very first video.
Yeah.
There we go.
The Rogues
Now I got
Tavern
it.
New Year event.
It wasn't popping up before. Now it's popping up.
The Rogues Tavern New
There you go,
Year
honey.
event. We are
That's
live.
the first part of our show. Me figuring out my partner's phone for him.
Yes, there you go. First part of the show. Oh, we want this one. There you go.
Fools, you stupid fools.
Yes, whoever the hell designed YouTube needs to really rethink everything.
Originally, it was very nice. It was a lot like using BitChute in the beginning.
Okay, well then whoever keeps redesigning it.
Oh, those people need their heads examined, but
yes, very much so. It's kind of like iPhone. I had to dumb myself down to use the iPhone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way it works. All set and ready to rock and roll.
You will obey.
Got the rum ready? All ready to fire up and pound some rum?
I sure do.
Oh, okay, good.
Even Sean's having a drink with me, and he doesn't drink much.
Yeah, well, I'm just getting started on my beautiful 12-year-old rum.
Yeah, you got way nicer rum than I do.
I've got top quality rum. It was a Christmas present. I like Christmas presents of booze. Christmas presents.
You really like that sound, don't you?
What's that? Which one? What sound?
Okay, I accidentally pressed play and I heard like 4 different things all at once. So.
No, you shouldn't do that.
I really shouldn't. I wish I could just.
Oh my gosh! Can you see that juice? Get out of my vagina!
Alrighty. Now that we've got all the things lined up.
33.
We got 16 minutes to official showtime, but I don't know. Chances of other people showing up here, slim to none. So we'll basically have some fun.
Sounds good to me.
See what comes of it. Who knows? Someone strange could stumble across the show.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Put my headphones.
I'd be up for that.
Put my headphones in.
Wait, you're putting your headphones on willingly?
Yeah. Well, it's hard dealing with these speakers because the feedback is not as instant on the speakers as it is in my headphones.
That makes sense.
You know, if I'd been using speakers for years and not headphones, it would be okay. I would be used to the delay. Plus, the speakers make you turn your head in odd directions looking for stuff. And when somebody says something, you start looking, and just because it's naturally inclined for us to turn towards sound. Whereas the headphones are directly in my ear, so they're always, I don't have to turn, it's always there.
Makes sense.
It's a weird.
Never really thought about that.
It's a weird phenomenon. Hey, we got 3 viewers now.
Yay!
I don't know who else is here. Oh, where's the? There's the live chat. Live chat. Let's get that over where I can actually see it. See if anyone says anything in the live chat. Yes, we bring it live. New Year's Eve party time. The ball in New York still dropping, I guess. At least that's what I heard. Somebody said they're going to watch the ball drop in New York and then check in on the show. It's like, really?
Cool.
They're dropping the ball in New York? Is anybody even allowed into Times Square to watch it?
I don't think so, although you never know. That's something that is run by the group that's all like, oh no, bad groups, unless we say the groups happen.
Yeah.
So, hi, Leia. Okay.
Let's see if there's anything in here. Times Square. Oh, New York, ball lock drive footage. Ball locked up. Man, maybe I've already had rum.
I know I started having a drink a little bit ago.
Let's see what we got here. This is the beauty of this. I'll be able to play back sounds and other things. Oh my fucking God. That's fucking ridiculously stupid. 13 minutes until the ball drops in New York. They've got the camera over Times Square. There's not a fucking soul in Times Square here. Let me share the screen with you here so you can see what I'm doing.
All right.
This way, when I'm talking to you about things, you can see exactly what I'm doing. You don't have to go look it up somewhere.
I would appreciate that.
There you go. Go look at that.
Oh, that's
wait a second.
nuts.
There's a couple of people there and a couple of cars in the middle. They're all cops. Oh, they zoomed in. Oh, they've got somebody up on stage singing. And they're wearing masks. Oh my God, Virtue signaling.
How the hell can you sing with a mask on?
Well, he's not singing.
Oh no, she doesn't.
She doesn't, but the guitar players. Oh, she does. No, wait a sec. I can't. No mask.
I can't tell.
It looks almost like the lighting looks almost like she's got a mask on her face.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
Yep.
That's fucking insane, man. Downright nutbally. Oh, suddenly his loading screen. Looks like his screen broke.
Uh-oh.
Oh, all right, let me go see if I can go find somebody else. New Year's Eve, Times Square. Wow.
He's sharing his screen with me on here. And unfortunately, the Times Square that he was viewing hit a loading screen.
So nutty, man. The guitar player there was playing with a mask on. It's like, how the hell can he even do that? And he's dancing around on the stage. How the fuck can he even breathe?
I have no idea. I can
nuts.
barely breathe when I'm in the grocery store with a mask, and I'm stuck in the grocery store for like an hour.
That's my problem, man. I try to get in and out as quick as I can because I can barely handle and tolerate the fucking thing.
Oh my goodness. I went to the mall with the kids. That was kind of torture. I had to drag the kids outside so I could breathe.
Yeah, that would be nuts. Oh,
even the local crazy guy in our area is wearing a mask.
We got New York Times live from Action Kid. Let's see. He's down there in New York Times.
There's people.
There's
some people.
There's a couple of people. Let's see what they have to say.
Wow. Ed's uncle is $10. Thank you.
Are you sure it's not China?
1 second, please, for me.
Oh, it says.
Oh no, that's.
Yeah, I heard.
No, it is.
That's Times Square. He's pointed the wrong way though. He's not pointed towards the ball. Oh no, he is. Is that the ball down at the end? No, that's not it.
I can't tell. I was watching video of China and Japan earlier, and all big cities look identical to me now.
Yeah.
I can't see the difference in the structure anymore.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Oh, this is another dude in about the same area. I guess that is the ball somewhere in that zone. They're pointed in the right direction. Looks like there's a few people down there. It's nowhere near what New York and Times Square is on New Year's Eve usually. That's like
not at all.
That's like that used to be like the most insane place to be. What the hell is this, man? Live. Oh, what are you saying, dude?
Kind of like Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh, his granddaughter, Biden's granddaughter.
And how old is she?
I think she's like fucking. I don't know. I think she's like 30.
Okay. You're not giving me anything.
Oh, okay.
You're not getting me anything useful, dude.
Biden's granddaughter.
Whatever.
Is that a story I missed or something?
It probably is. He was sniffing her too.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
Or it was the junior Biden kid who was doing his niece or something. I don't know. I only half paid attention to those stories, so it was like, yeah, okay, they're elites, they're scum of the earth generally, so it's all good.
For a wax seal.
What do we got here?
Nothing.
Got someone singing. Bloody, bloody, blah. Yeah. That's got to be.
Your granddaughter wants something small to create a wax seal.
I have no idea how to help her. Did you get your night ring yet?
Nope.
Oh, well, there you go. When you get your night ring, she can create a wax seal using that. Because those are sealing.
Nightwing?
Night ring, yeah.
Nightwing.
The Nightwing. Yes, the Nightwing.
Well, wouldn't it be a dame ring?
Night, dame, whatever.
Here, Ivy. Choose something on there to try and print. I gave her my keychain.
There you go.
I have lots of little things on there.
All right. Where did I put the... there's a...
Many keys. I'm using these. I'll bring them back to that.
All right.
Okay, Ivy.
We'll see what happens.
It's amazing how you get on the phone and all of a sudden,
yeah, all of a sudden
your kids want your attention.
Yeah, they want all your attention then.
Yeah, like they haven't bugged me for the last 4 hours, but now they want to talk to me and they have all these questions and all that stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, let's see what we can do with all of this. Times Square news now on Fox. Yeah, I don't really care. Times Square is empty. The police are pushing everyone out, doing all kinds of stupid shit.
That's a very happily waving person that you saw for a moment there.
Yeah, that one? Okay, well, let's go see what it is. Oh, it's an ad.
Oh.
Gotta play the videos. What we saw there wasn't the ad. We gotta wait for the ad to go through so we can play this.
It'd be useful if you could put ads to time and a half. Like you can with podcasts and stuff.
Yeah, it would be, but they'll never let that. They've got to make their money. All right, now that's some girl walking around. She waved briefly, but we get to see her walking around in silent New York City on New Year's Eve.
That's kind of eerie, actually.
That is kind of bizarre for New York. I mean, it used to.
Where is that?
That's New York.
That's New York City.
Yeah, it's
New York
it's
City
weird. Like,
at 10 minutes to midnight on New Year's Eve.
I have lived in New York, and just on a regular night at 10 minutes to midnight, it was crammed.
Yeah, it was called the city that never sleeps, for a reason.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom Shilling.
What was that?
Welcome, cutie pie. Hi.
Somebody there. I don't know.
Okay. That's the kind of voice I picture being in some kind of horror film.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there she is. She's waving on the screen. Virtue signaling. All right, let's go back on that. Let's get out of there. That was her talking.
Yes, that made me think of, some kind of horror film where children are being tortured.
Yeah.
Or like the children ghosts who kill everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Those things always creep me out.
Yeah, those are always creepy. Those are definitely always creepy. So
Although the first time that I saw the Weeping Angels in Doctor Who, those things seriously gave me the
fucking
chills
Doctor Who
and
Weeping
nightmares.
Angels, man, that was the most creepy stuff ever. Was the Weeping Angels. It's like I heard about them, as I never understood what they were, and then one time I had the opportunity to watch the entire Doctor Who series, so I did. Up until like 2 seasons ago, it was really good, and till 2 seasons ago, and then it just fell fucking apart.
When they turned the Doctor into a woman?
Oh, that was 1 season ago. When they turned the Doctor into a woman, man, they destroyed it entirely.
Yes, they did. I mean, they could have done a fantastic job.
They could have, but they didn't. They made her into a feminazi bitch and virtue signaling, and it's like they took away everything that Doctor Who is. They destroyed the character.
I remember when I was a kid, and we had like those 3 channels on TV for the longest time. I would wake up early in the morning, and I would watch on channel. I don't remember what channel it was, but it had like You're on Candid Camera, some weird
Candid
French
Camera was
show.
fun. I love Candid Camera. That was one of my favorite shows.
It was one of the originally free channels, and really early in the morning they had Doctor Who, Speed Racer, Dragon Ball, and just all these cartoons I'd wake up early in the morning just to watch.
Yeah.
And it was the original Doctor Who. Doctor Who has been one of the heroes in my life since I was a kid, and look what they've done to the poor guy.
And of course, David Tennant.
It's terrible.
David Tennant was the best Doctor Who ever.
I don't know about that. I really like the bow tie.
Nah, I like David Tennant, man. I liked his interpretation of Doctor Who. It was so cool. What was funny is, in his biography, he tells the whole reason he became an actor was to play Doctor Who.
Mhm.
That was the whole reason he did it. He kept wanting to play, and he finally landed the gig. And I think he was Doctor for 3 years.
Yes, he did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
But the next guy, which I can never remember actors'
Oh,
names.
the one after him was
the-
pretty good too. Yes.
Yes, I really like the one after him.
Yeah.
He is my absolute favorite, but David Tennant did do a fantastic job. I will admit that.
Yeah, he did a great job, and and Doctor Who used to be fun. It used to be entertaining, and it used to have good messages, and it wasn't all about virtue signaling and blah de blah. And yet the messages they put across were the exact same messages of equality. Treat the earth good, blah blah blah. But they did it in such a way that they didn't sound like they were preaching to you, which is the whole point of entertainment. You want to get messages across, you got to do it without preaching to people. People don't want to be preached to.
Once they turned the Doctor from number 12 to 13, it started going way downhill. Like the older fella, he did a decent job. He was all right. But then it started going downhill. I don't know what the writers were thinking.
No,
the actors were good. The writers were just shite.
Yep. Well, that's true. All right, well, we're coming up on actual live time, and we got just about enough time to bring us in with my new favorite song, which will become the theme song for this show. So off we go.
These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. A quarter after midnight, and I'm watching the wall. Sometimes I feel so uptight, I just can't sleep at all. Every day doing the same old thing, we're losing time. The weekend comes, we gotta have some fun and rewind. These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger, hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill. I feel the rope tightening, choking off our air. We need to grab some lightning. Friday's almost here. Caught in a web, we need to cut this thread we're hanging by. Where is it said you have to be half dead to survive? These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger, hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill. These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger, hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill. These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger, hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill. These are the days of thunder.
Yeehaw. I like that song. That will definitely
I
become
love that song.
That will definitely become the premium song for this show. And we are going to go. We're going live. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you happen to be out there on the globe today. Welcome to the Rogues Tavern inaugural episode of what's going to be a live stream and a podcast. And I have no idea where this show's going to go and what its intentions are. We will see what happens as it develops. On this episode here, I have my ever lovely young daughter of 10 years, 12. What are you, 13 now?
Yeah, right. I'm 33.
Oh, that's right.
No, I have the 14 and 12-year-old now.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. It's so hard to remember. But at any rate, she's on the show for me this evening. Hopefully I'll pull her back for several other episodes and shows and help keep this show a little bit more entertaining. But it is going to be a show, and it has, well, I can't even say that because that's already taken by another show. I can't say it has no agenda, but there is pretty much no agenda on this show. It's going to go wherever it goes. It's
a Shooting the Shit podcast.
A what?
Shooting the Shit podcast.
I like that. I'm going to steal that. Thank you. It's considered that stolen. It's the Shooting the Shit podcast. All right.
Yeah, take it.
And I do want to because, inspiration of ideas and stolen sound clips and many other things from the No Agenda show. I like to give them credit right off the top for everything.
Squirrel!
Absolutely. And we will just go wherever this goes. Tonight, very special edition. It is New Year's Eve, and the ball in New York officially dropped about 2 seconds ago, give or take.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in a commercial, of course. Silly buggers. Go to see what's happening. It's in a bloody commercial. There we go.
That's YouTube for you, at least these days.
Is it still live?
Oh, no. Instead, it's thinking. Oh, there we go.
It's still live. I don't know. Did the ball drop?
Do they actually drop the ball anymore, or is it just all digital?
It's all digital.
That thing seemed to move down a little bit. Is that the digital ball that drops, or do they just drop it repeatedly now?
I have no idea what they do. And
it's like the tower is going through puberty.
Whoops. I just managed to full screen that. Didn't mean to. All right. So, no, I don't know. And this is one here that won't let me back up on it for some reason. That's unusual. You can usually... Is
it some kind of official channel?
No, his name is Bass Samurai. That's not an official channel.
No, definitely not. Bass Samurai. Oh, yeah. That's an interesting name.
Okay, well, we missed the ball drop in New York. Well, so be it. It is over. It is past midnight in New York, so that would be it. Happy New Year's in New York. We are on the west. We are on the West Coast, though, so it's not New Year's here yet. We are the second to last time zone to get New Year's. The last time zone is Hawaii.
Do we have anything like allowing a tower to drop its puberty balls or anything like that?
They used to do that, Seattle.
I'm talking about Canada.
Oh, I bet they do it at the. I bet they did it at the Toronto Tower. We don't have anything on the West.
Makes sense.
We don't have anything on the West Coast that I know of.
Except maybe Seattle.
Yeah, except Seattle, and they're probably, since they're locked down too, because we've gotta be aware of. Here we go.
Just buy those face masks off the shelf. I bought 10 boxes of them for myself. Didn't help me much, and now I'm totally screwed. Oh no, I got the Wuhan flu. I got myself a case of Wuhan flu. I don't know what I am supposed to do. Didn't know I had it when I gave it to you. Now we all got the Wuhan flu.
There you go. So everyone's paranoid nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So be it. So let's see. Yeah, why does Seattle say it's 29 minutes to midnight?
I don't know. Maybe they might be doing what some countries have started doing. I noticed this a couple of years ago. Some countries have started doing this thing where they celebrate midnight at like 9 or 10 p.m.
Oh.
I don't know why they do that.
Okay. They could very well be doing that because of the corona. The Rona, it's going to get them. If they don't get home before midnight, after all, it is a nocturnal disease. It only attacks you after 9 p.m. Or is it 10? Depends on when the bars close.
I'm using the purple.
But that's bizarre. It's like, I'm pretty sure Seattle's in our time zone.
Sorry, I got distracted by my beautiful 14-year-old deciding that because I was so focused on work today, she's going to cook dinner at 9:05 p.m.
Well, that's a good
for
time.
me.
That's a good time to cook dinner.
I haven't I don't think I did eat today, and she's probably correct. I probably didn't eat at all today. Oh no, I had chips and dip, and I've had a shot of rum and 2 energy drinks. So.
That will not stop the caffeine. No
Rum-
wonder it affected
rum
you
is-
so
rum
bad.
is-
Backbone,
Rum is.
backbone.
Is she like your mother now?
Apparently, she's telling me off. I can hear her.
I can hear her. She's telling you off. You should explain to her that she is live. Okay, as long as she knows she's live.
You are aware that everything you just said is now on live stream on the channel. Meh, she says,
I
okay.
didn't know what temperature you cook it at.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't remember.
The lowest. Sorry.
All right. Well, whatever. Hey, we've been on for 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Yeehaw. It's 33. Ding ding. Oh, 33. We need it.
Yeah, she's very mothering these days.
All right. Well, so be it. Like I said, man, nobody knows where this is going to go. This is going wherever it goes, and eventually the subjects will get up. We'll get to chatting about something or head down some rabbit hole or another. I'm still trying to figure out why they say 26 minutes, because it's 9:06, okay, Pacific time right now, and they say 26 minutes. In 26 minutes, that's going to make it 9:33, 9:32. It's going to make it 9:32 in 26 minutes.
I wonder if there's any explanation as to them like celebrating early or something.
I don't know, man. It says Space Needle show with a live show at midnight. Fireworks were canceled due to the high winds. Okay, well, that's a good reason to cancel fireworks.
Yes, agreed. High winds suck for fireworks. They create fires.
Yes, they do.
I mean, they're fireworks, but you want the fireworks to stay up in the sky and not to spread across burnable things.
So they're supposed to be doing something live at midnight, but yet they're saying it's only 26 minutes to midnight. And I'm sitting there thinking, nowhere. There's nowhere on the planet it's 26 minutes to midnight right now. Because midnight is an even hour at the top of the hour, and add 26 minutes to our current time, and that takes you partway through half the hour.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, okay. Their brain is loose.
They're broken.
They're broken. They're broken. No, I have no idea. Let's go check out another channel and see what they have to say. Oh, another commercial. Yay, commercials.
You should check out Vancouver. I bet there's something going on in Vancouver.
Oh, it's fireworks in that amount of time. Fireworks are in 33,
okay.
seconds. Well, no. They say fireworks in 33 seconds. So, well, now it's 25. But as soon as I looked at it, it was 33 seconds. So we're just having a grand old time with
33. That's a magic number.
It just seems to be right in there this evening for some reason. Oh, they're sparking up the. Well, that's 2019. What the hell? That's not live. That's 2019.
Maybe that's the issue that you were coming across before. Maybe you were seeing like last year's.
I'm seeing last year's. Let's go look at 2021. There we go. Fucking YouTube. I asked them for Seattle New Year's, and what they give me? Everything from the last few years.
Jeez.
Fucking idiots.
2020 was different.
Hey, let's go check out the Kraken report for Seattle Space Needle.
Wait, what? Kraken report?
That's what it says. Seattle New Year's at the Needle from the Kraken report.
That's kind of cool.
And that's not helping me, folks.
No, that's slow motion hockey. Great.
Okay, there's nothing there. It's like a 2-minute video, some sort of sneak peek. All right, we got nothing live here. Pointless. All right, let's mosey on off to somewhere else then for the time being.
How do they do those lights?
Lasers.
How do they make the lasers show up without mist and stuff?
They probably spray water in the air, and it's Seattle. There's always a fucking mist.
I never lived in Seattle. I've been there a lot, but I've never lived there.
I live there, man. There's always a mist. Seattle gets like 3 days of sunshine every year.
Well, I guess if you're gonna live in a place that's always damp and misty, you may as well make use of it.
I have the wrong image in the background here for my picture here. Let's choose a better image. There we go. We'll take that one. That's much better. That's more appropriate. I was sitting there playing with the image from the show earlier today.
Hey, Dad, can you turn down your speaker sensitivity? Because you're starting to cut out again.
Speaker sense. Oh, for...
Yeah, the thing that you turned on earlier today in the other podcast, because it worked really well to make us that you stopped cutting out.
Oh, let's see if I can figure out how I did that. I didn't turn it down.
Something about settings and options?
Yeah, something about settings and options. Voice and video. Automatically determine input sensitivity. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
I wonder if that's something that has to be set manually every time.
Yeah, maybe. It didn't seem to have changed much, but...
No, it didn't. I guess maybe it's just kind of like your board there. You have to twiddle with it every time.
Yeah, well... Oops. Didn't want to do that. Let's bring that back up. Discord. Back up. There you go. All right. How's that? Better? Anything?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. So I did absolutely nothing, and I waved the magic wand over it. It said, okay, I'll
Apparently.
work. Whatever. Well, we can test that. We can test that theory with some Christmas music from No Agenda. Let's go with Grandma. I like this one. This one's funny.
Grandma got run over by Corona because we went to her house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as COVID, but as for me and Fauci, we believe.
We believe!
She'd been shopping on essential, and she didn't wear a mask.
Wah!
She said she didn't want that vaccine. It's our fault for not putting her on blast. But we still shamed her at her funeral for her unnecessary death. I'm sure the gunshots didn't help much. We shot her Christmas Eve before we left. Grandma got run over by Corona because we went to her house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as COVID, but as for me and Fauci, we believe.
On the 12th day of...
All right, I don't want to listen to that one again. I like
I
it.
just
I like
had a
it, but
thought.
it's kind of irritating. What?
The thought I just had was, how many murders are being put down to COVID? I mean, that could be a really useful excuse for people to use. It's like, oh yeah, my so died of COVID. Meanwhile, I shot them in the head because I was in a fit of rage. But in actuality, they died of COVID.
Oh, probably quite a few. I mean, after all, that motorcycle guy got killed in the motorcycle. That's an actual documented event. The guy died in a motorcycle accident. He tested positive for COVID, so he was put down as a COVID death.
Oh yeah, I've heard of a few documented things like that. Like there was this couple, their teenage daughter died in a car crash and they couldn't get any kind of insurance because she tested positive for COVID, and her death from the car crash was put down as a COVID death.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Like,
That's
bloody hell, man. And like some guy getting shot twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's always...
But I wonder, if their death is put down to a COVID death, does that mean that the murderers actually get off?
That's actually an interesting thing. It'd be hard to try them for murder if the death was put down to COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I wonder.
interesting. I bet that could be used by a murderer in a defense if the death was put down to COVID. They say, hey, I didn't kill the guy. He died of COVID. You can't charge me for murder.
That's kind of what I was thinking. How many murders have been put down to COVID where these guys are just walking free?
A good lawyer could get him off. That's insane. And then, lawyers.
Shysters show up and take advantage of people's goodwill and generosity.
Yep.
We are in for such a wonderful next couple of hours here as the rum takes more and more effect on me.
Yeah, well, I'm drinking rum too. I mean, you have fancy, awesome rum. I just have my trusty old Captain Morgan, and I love my spiced Captain Morgan.
It's still just as alcoholic. The difference is in how well it tastes.
I like the taste of Captain Morgan, man.
It makes no difference. I like the taste of 12-year-old rum, and of course, I gave serious consideration though to going out and buying myself a bottle of liquid butterscotch.
Liquid butterscotch?
Yeah, the liquid butterscotch.
Wait, is that like the name of the rum, or
no? The name of the rum, and for some reason the name just escaped my head. It comes in a bottle with an X on it. What the hell is that? Fuck. It's my favorite goddamn rum, and now the name is out of my head.
Bamboo?
That's it. Bamboo. It was a bottle of bamboo. It tastes like liquid butterscotch.
Not to me. It tastes like alcoholic toffee to me.
No, to me it tastes like liquid butterscotch, man. It really does, because it's got this wonderful butterscotchy flavor, and it's got these undertones of cardamom and several other spices that they mix into it. And it's like you can't even tell you're drinking rum.
No, that I totally agree with. Yeah. But I think my taste palette is broken because I don't taste a lot of that you just explained.
Well, yeah, but I do. I taste all the subtle flavors in it. But the first thing I taste is I just taste this butterscotch. And I love butterscotch. It's like one of my favorite candies. So it's like, and it was just like the first time I got it as a present. I didn't buy my first bottle. It was given to me for a Christmas present a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. Because I couldn't justify the cost of the bottle. It's expensive. It's an expensive bottle of rum. Since then, I've bought myself a couple of bottles because once I tasted, I can justify this once in a while. But once I tasted it the first time, it was like, oh my God, this stuff is just amazing. And everyone I've introduced it to is like, yeah, it's just amazing rum.
I have been playing with the idea of justifying getting a bottle for myself, but I'm just not there yet. I guess I'll just have to mooch off you next time I come around.
Yeah, next time I buy a bottle of it. I don't buy it too often, and it's unfortunately it should last me like a month, but it only lasts me like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But on a night
what
like
are you
this,
drinking tonight?
I am drinking Flora de Cana, 12-year-old. And I like Flora de Cana. I like their 5-year-old, which is a pretty cheap rum. Their 5-year-olds are pretty cheap. I mean, it's not much more expensive than Captain Morgan. It's about $2 or $3 more than Captain Morgan. Their 5-year-old. Their 5-year-old is really good, but they have 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 12-year-old, and 18-year-old. Their 18-year-old is like smooth as silk. It's really, really good. I love their 18-year-old, but their 18-year-old is up there in the pricey range too. Their 12-year-old's a medium high price rum. Yes, I like rum.
You like really fancy rum.
I like all rums, but I prefer fancy rums because fancy rums have smoother flavors. They don't have that harsh bite of alcohol that hasn't been aged. Because as alcohol ages, it gets smoother and it's easier on your palate. But the younger rums, the cheap rums, those rums are generally anywhere from 1 to 3 years old. Sometimes as much as 5 years old. That's the cheap rums, and of course the cheapest of it is Bacardi, which barely is barely rum by the time they bottle it.
I can't remember the name of the rum I tried probably about 4 years ago, but my goodness, it was horrible. Even having a mix with it didn't fix it. It was bitter and bitey and burny and just ugh.
Yeah, well.
It was cheap, and I just bought a Mickey of it because I'd never tried it before. So I figured, okay, I'll try this. Big mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, you're focusing, typing.
Yeah, well, I've actually realized wait a minute, I've got this instant quick thing here. I can go share the live links out on Twitter and Facebook and see if I can attract a few more suckers. I mean, wonderful listeners into the show.
Well, hopefully attract someone because we need a couple of trolls in the chat room. It's boring in there.
I would love a couple of trolls right now. That would just make it so entertaining. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that can actually type without looking at my fingers, so it makes it hard.
You also have to stop everything you're doing, it seems.
Well, that's because my brain is I have a single-minded brain on many things, unless it's something that I'm so used to doing, and then I can just wander off on it.
Very masculine of you.
Yeah, well, that's the male aspects of the whole world. We are focused, and we get things done.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, that's true. We do.
No, you start things and then you kind of forget halfway through because you notice something else and move on to that.
Only if we're bored.
I swear, every male in the world has a freaking sparkler brain.
Only if we're bored.
Yeah, and there's very few things that don't bore men, I don't think.
looks like I'm not signed to LinkedIn, so I can't send it off to LinkedIn. Okay, I don't use Tumblr. I don't use Blogger. I don't use some of these other things. What else can I send it to? Yeah, what the hell? We'll send it to Pinterest too.
You don't use LinkedIn?
I do, but I'm not logged into LinkedIn right now, and I don't want to hunt down my password to log in. It's just too much fucking work.
Don't you have Robo?
I do, but it's not working at the moment. Something's wrong with it. It doesn't want to cooperate at the moment.
Did you update it?
No, not recently.
Oh. It's yelling at me to update it, and I don't want to update it right now. Why is everything trying to make me update it right now?
Because that's what everything does. They always want to update. They want to update and break shit. You know, they're never happy when things are working well and they're just monitoring for security issues. They want to keep improving your customer experience, because the customer experience is not good enough. We're going to improve your customer experience, and you're going to enjoy this. Trust us. Yeah, granted you've been using it for 6 months. You know where everything's at, and you've become used to this, and you're really fast at working this program. But we're going to move everything around, and we're going to hide all the shit that used to be useful. We're going to bring up the shit that's no longer useful, and you have to go find all the useful shit. But that's improving your customer experience. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's what every one of them, they've been doing that for the last 5 years. It's one of the reasons why I want out of this fucking industry.
Fair enough.
You know, it's like I used to not mind the constant changes, and I was really easy to deal with the changes. The problem was they used to make those changes incrementally, you know, small changes, and they used to make them over months and a year. And now what they do is they make all those changes at once. It's like 1 week everything's working, the next week you log in and it's a completely different system, and you're like, how do I find my way around? And so you spend 5 hours relearning everything you knew how to do.
Yeah, sounds about right for the world that I've grown up in.
Mm-hmm. So it's just annoying as hell. But they used to do it in small steps, so it was easy for people to digest and use it. And then one day somebody said, just dump it all on them. They won't abandon us. And you know what happened? They did that, and their clients didn't abandon them. So they went, we can fuck with them anytime we want now.
You know, being a programmer and a developer might actually be a lot of fun if you have that sadistic streak in you.
Oh, you haven't met enough programmers. Every one of them has a sadistic streak in them.
No, I don't think I've actually met many at all.
Oh, you need to meet a few. Every programmer I've met has a seriously sadistic streak in them. You should go
I'm sure I'll be meeting plenty over the next 5 to 10 years.
You will, and you should go read their code, man. The comments in their code. The comments in their code prove their sadism.
I have seen some of the comments. Like I took a screenshot of one of the comments I found in Elementor. Yeah. And I can't remember what it said. Let's see if I can actually find that picture.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the comments, because the comments are stuff that most people never see in the code. It's like your average user, they'll never see it because they don't read code, because code is too much of a pain in the ass to go through. It's too much text. But but when you're having to go in there and figure out what's going on in their code, you will find their comments. And sometimes their comments are like, yeah, okay, you're a dick. Why'd you do that?
Well, this one wasn't like a dick comment. It was just
this is
fail silently, ... like a ninja.
Well, that's what it is. And because these are comments that say, okay, this piece of code here is not working correctly. Let's make it fail silently so nobody knows it failed.
I wonder if I can share this.
No, you can share a screen with me, but I can't share it to
drag
the
and
world.
drop.
Oh, yeah, I don't have no idea.
I dragged and dropped it. There you go.
Where'd it go?
Discord.
Oh, there it is on Discord. Oh, cool. Yep, try.
So
data. Fail silently like a ninja.
Yeah. I just found that funny, so I took a screenshot of
it. You'll see that sort of thing throughout the code, and sometimes they're really seriously snarky.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I know because I've left comments like that in code that I've written. I've left some seriously snarky comments in code.
Well, I've noticed that my passwords are becoming very inventive.
Well, they have to be now. And you got to have different passwords for everything you log into now. Don't use the same password twice.
Like one of my favorite passwords is finding different ways to put in "fuck you, you fucking dick" or something like that in my passwords, or just nice. nice, colorful sentences.
Well, that's good. You really shouldn't put that one out on the air, though.
Sorry. Well, it doesn't matter because the way that I put it isn't technical leet speak.
Okay. So, but the same thing is about back to the code is I actually made some snarky comments one time in code that I was working on for a client site, thinking this is a client that'll never read the code. You know what they did? They went and fucking read the code.
Uh-oh.
And then they questioned me about it. Fortunately, I had made the comments in a really coded way. So they were like, well, what is it? And I was like, I was pissed off that day at the code. When in reality, I was pissed off at the client.
Yep.
Because I was doing something that the client wanted that was just so fucking hard to do. And I finally completed it. And so I made this big, long, snarky comment in the code.
Do you remember what it was?
No, I don't. That was years ago. That client left me. It was actually I technically fired that client. That was one of those clients that I got when I first started my business. That you take those clients that are over demanding and they're unappreciative of your time, and
yes.
and they want champagne at lucky prices.
Yeah.
You know, and because I was a starving beginner in the industry, I had to take their shit. And so I was really, and so when I started becoming successful, I pretty much fired them. I fired that client. Good. And that's what happens. You get successful, you fire the clients that are irritating in the beginning so that some other poor sap who's just starting up can pick those clients up. Because that's how you pay your dues in this industry when you're brand new, is you end up with the really jerky clients that you just go, really I gotta take this shit. And by the time you work out you might be charging them $75 an hour, but by the time you work out how much you made over the hours you put in, you end up, if you're lucky, if you made $1.25 an hour.
Yep.
So yeah, I've been in this industry long enough to have worked my way through the mud pits and the clients that I don't dare. You know, I can see those clients now when they call me up and say, yeah, no, I don't think I want your work. You know, you might want to check this guy over here. He's brand new in the industry. He needs your work. He's starving. So, you know, the wonderful thing of, you know, pass it on to the poor sap down the road. So we still have 3 viewers, but no comments.
Well, I left a comment.
Yeah, well, you left a comment. Here, I should leave a comment just because I'm using a whole different login this time. There we go. Here's a comment. All right. Comment time. Now we've got all kinds of stuff happening, but I think because I need to go take care of something here, we need a little music to carry us along for a couple of minutes. Let's go with, yeah, why not? We'll go with, here it is.
If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today, I got bad news for the angels. I am not the man they might think I am. I get drunk just because I can. I get loud and I act crazy. Most women call me lazy. I'm not the kind that they would understand. Ladies say I'm the king of one night stands. They get mad when I kiss and tell. No, I do not like to dance. Don't cuddle up and make romance. Most times I just like to be by myself. If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls much to drink. I can better express myself with spirits on that top shelf, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I probably am a selfish guy, and I don't care why you cry. You better not let my new shirt get wet. No, I do not want your number, don't want to meet your mother. Why can't we just hang out with no regrets? If Jesus takes me far away, so far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today, I got bad news for the angels. Some bad, bad news for the angels. I'm bad, bad news for the angels.
Oh, we lost a viewer. Oh well.
We lost a viewer.
Yeah, we're down to 2 now.
I guess we suck.
Yeah, well, I'm not overly concerned. I didn't really expect to see anyone here, but hey, you never know. Just by getting them out there, people start to show up eventually.
That's true.
All right.
And
well,
apparently been at least a little entertaining, because every once in a while I hear Sean just laughing it up. So
well, it must be somewhat entertainment if he's laughing. Okay, well, let's jump into a couple of things here and let's chat about a couple of things. We'll start with this one YouTube video that I saved off to the side to view and watch. Yeah, okay, go away. Come on, load. You're slowing down on me, computer. How dare you? Transferring data from YouTube. Is YouTube overloaded? Or am I plugging?
It loves you.
I'm plugging up the system. Ah, yes, this is a nurse that makes an insane argument that working to survive is wrong.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
I had actually already watched that video when you sent me the link, and so when I went to click on the link, it was like already most of the way through it.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, my internet has suddenly slowed down on me. Do I still have a decent connection to... yeah, I still got a decent connection to the live stream, so... At least that part of my internet's going good. And what's funny is I'm the only one here, so I should be having no problems on my internet right now at all.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
Since I upgraded with Shaw, I've noticed I've had more issues of the internet availability dropping than the last little tower thing I had. It's weird because I technically upgraded. So it should have less issues than it does now.
Yes,
I mean, I hardwire into the internet and I still get dropped sometimes.
Oh, we got our third viewer back. Fourth, we got four.
Yay.
We got 4 viewers now. Holy shit!
Wow, that's awesome.
Welcome to the party, folks. Make sure you get into the comments and make some troll comments. We need some trolls in the system.
Yes. Where far art thou, trolls?
We want trolls. Trolls. We need trolls. Okay, let's see. This pro nearest lockdown. Do I got it?
Something and making it work.
Let's see.
I understand not everybody's going to succeed. Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can find the right point. I should have saved this at this. Oh, I did. I saved it right here at this point here. This is the point I wanted to save it at, so I have to back it up a few seconds.
And then
let me back it up a few seconds here and see.
Immediately
what we
got off of it. I had it for about a month. And a bunch of other people, man, a lot of people that I knew in Seattle they purposefully didn't want to work.
Yeah.
They would go food bank to food bank. They would just make up lies and excuses to get
Oh,
their
this is
benefits
the one,
and stuff like
system
that.
surfers. That's what
And
I wanted
so,
to talk about.
I don't know what, I'm not going to, I can only speak from my own personal experiences, but I'll point out when I try and tell people, I'm not the exception when it comes to hard work and success.
Yeah.
Not in the least bit. Okay, you want to work for 3 years with no days off, 16-hour days? Trust me, you'll figure something out.
Yeah.
As long
guaranteed.
as you're dedicated to doing something and making it work. I understand not everybody's going to succeed. Okay, but it's certainly not an exception to say working hard leads to some kind of
Not at
success.
all. I mean, that's the common thing.
All right, we'll leave it at that. That's the segment. I didn't worry about the other, but this is the point Tim was making on that. That was what was interesting to me, is he was making a very valid point about, he's working his ass off and he knows people that are basically system surfers, and they go from food bank to food bank, or they go from system to system, just taking the handouts, and they never put in the work and hours and effort to rise above it.
Yes, I've met those people.
And I've seen those people. I've met those people many, many times.
Yeah.
And it's really been kind of interesting to me over the years to see that sort of thing happen, and to watch them as I slowly leave them behind and left them behind, because those are the people, like, you know the story, the thing about the crabs in a bucket, right?
Yes, I do.
If you put a bunch of crabs in a bucket of water, and many people don't understand this, but you put a bunch of crabs in a bucket of water, at first they'll sit there and they don't want to escape, but eventually one crab will think he wants to escape, and he'll start reaching and climbing, but what will happen is the other crabs will grab hold of his ass and pull him back down to the bottom of the bucket. And keep from escaping. So basically, you don't have to worry about the crabs escaping from the bucket, because they'll just keep pulling each other back into the bucket. And that's the same sort of thing I ran into for those people that are basically system surfers. And I found it irritating as hell. I eventually cut ties with all of them so that they didn't pull me back into the freaking bucket. Because I've been down in that bucket. And I think Tim had made a comment on here also. He was talking on this in this particular segment of video. And he was talking in there about the fact that he had at one point in time, he had to use social services, welfare, and other things. And yes, they're a good thing. They are useful. They are needed. I know I've used them once or twice in my life too. But the idea is you use them as a bandage to get through until you start making it for yourself again. And you get out of that system as fast as you can. Granted, some people it takes longer than others, but as long as you're striving to get out of the system and not milking the system, that's the whole point of it all. So anyway, that's why I wanted on that video.
Interesting fact, if you are on disability, at least in BC, you have a very hard time getting off disability. It doesn't matter if you get a full-time job, doesn't matter if you end up making more with your job than you do through disability. All that happens is you just stop getting the check, but they will not remove you willingly from disability. Now, if you have, it's called PWD2. And once you're on PWD2, you are exempt from filling out all the paperwork. You're exempt from finding a job. Like, it's just a permanent thing.
Yeah.
And once you're there, even when you get a job and you talk to them and you say, hey, I want off disability now, they look at you and they say, nah, we don't want to take you off disability, just in case something goes wrong. But it also gives them the ability to continue monitoring all your finances, see where you spend your money. And if you spend your money incorrectly, they will contact you and be like, hey, I noticed that you are spending a lot of money on this. Do you need help? We want to reach out and help you.
And say, fuck off. It's my money.
Exactly. I know that a lot of people.
If I want to buy 2 Land Rovers and a fleet of guns, man, leave me alone.
I know a lot of people at this point who they are stuck on disability. They can't get off. And so they just pull their money out and they just spend cash. They're like, no, screw this. You guys can't watch what I'm spending my money on. Go away.
Yeah, pretty much. It has to be done. Got to do what you got to do. Got to do what you got to do. But yeah, the systems are kind of messed up. What the funny thing is that I've discovered over the years is those systems are designed so when they get people on them, people cannot get off them to save their lives. They can't.
No, they can't.
They can't get out of them, because the moment they start to reach a point where they can climb out, the system slaps them back and says, no, we don't want you climbing out. So it reminds me of the crabs in the bucket.
Definitely.
They don't want you climbing out. They want you to stay hooked on that system and stay dependent upon everything, so that you're always tied to that. And it's very hard to climb out. And the people who climb out are the exceptions rather than the rule.
Yes. But I have met the people who they work so freaking hard to get onto something like PWD2. And then they work harder to milk the bloody system than they do at anything else. And it astounds me. If they put half as much effort into actually having a job as they do in milking the system, my goodness, they would probably be rich millionaires by now through their own hard work. But instead, they're putting all this effort into milking the system and cheating it.
Oh, I've met those people. I've met those people that if they put the same, it's the same guys that spend time hacking computers. If they put the same effort into legitimate efforts, they could write the most magnificent apps in the world. Because they're brilliant, or they have really great ideas, but they're so busy milking the system. It's the low life mental attitude, low life criminal mindset is what I call it, in that they think that they're making it big by screwing the system, but they're actually screwing themselves. You still there?
Yes, sorry, there was a missing phone and a child being helpful issue.
Oh, okay.
I did hear what you said, though, and yes, criminal minds.
Yes, okay. It suddenly went super silent. I think I warned you about that earlier with you and your mute button.
I like my mute button.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you get the mute button? I don't have a mute button.
It came with my headphones. It's this little switchy thing, and it also has a volume thingy on it.
It's built into your headphones. Okay, never mind. I need a real mute button because I have a real setup here. I don't have a imitation headphone setup. I've got mixers and other crap here going on and monitoring all the stuff that's happening, wondering why I've got slow computer going on right now. It's not Dropbox. Dropbox not my problem. What the hell is going on here? Maybe I got too much shit open in it could be I got
go through and close all things you don't actually need open.
I've got everything closed I don't need open. I think it's Firefox. Because I run two different shows, I run them on different browsers. Because then I don't have to switch between everything, and it's just real easy. And all the stuff for the Rogues Tavern runs through the Firefox browser. And Firefox uses way more RAM than any other browser when you open up multiple tabs.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that.
It does. It's a great browser. Aside from the fact, the more tabs you open, the more RAM it uses.
What about opening different windows on Firefox?
Same thing. Every window's a new tab.
Okay. I just figured I'd ask because my computer seems to be running fine. I've got probably about 5 or 6 Firefox things open.
You don't have live streaming running through a couple of them and other miscellaneous things happening.
That is very true.
So that chews up memory. Chews up memory and goes through it. All right. Well, enough of that one there. We need some more fun subjects. We need to go down some rabbit holes. I can't seem to get any rabbit holes in my head.
Let's see. What did you send me? You sent me.
I didn't send you anything.
One thing. Yeah, you sent. Well, technically, you didn't send it so much as share it.
Oh, it's the shared. The links for the links and the links. We'll bring up the links. We'll just bring up the New York Post link. Nostradamus predictions for 2021. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this one. This one will be cool.
Yes.
This one will be cool. Nostradamus talking about 2021.
Yes, the darkest year yet, although it's not the first time it's been said.
Well, it's interesting. Okay, Nostradamus prediction of the asteroids, zombies, and what the hell happened here? Why did it disappear? No, I don't want to sign up for your shit, New York Times. Zombies and a bad
just being a cranky thing for you tonight.
Yeah, it's got attitude, and I can't feed it rum. It gets upset when it gets liquid spilt on it. All right, but the most interesting one here was his one quatrain, and I really need the actual original quatrain because they don't have the quatrain written properly.
Yeah.
And it's the
Is it the 75 years of peace?
No.
The dragon head thing?
No. It is the one here. Let me bring it here. They've got it here. Women in mourning, pestilence, she-monster, great one.
Oh, that one, yes.
No, not that one. No, hang on a sec.
Oh.
Hang on. After great trouble for a great new... Oh, here it is. After great trouble for humanity, a greater one is prepared. Nostradamus wrote. See, they fucked up. They should have just put the whole quatrain in proper order instead of trying to do things. And then it goes, the great mover renews the ages, rain, blood, milk, famine, steel, and plague. Is the heavens fire seen a long spark running? Okay. And the one line in there that they completely missed, because of course the people who wrote this are SJWs and they don't pay attention to the world and they don't have history or other things behind them. They're just virtue signaling and saying, hey, this is good scaremonger shit. Let's write about this. But in that, the second line in there, the great mover renews the ages. Rain, blood, milk, famine, steel, and plague. Okay. What just happened to us on December 21st?
The planets lined up.
You missed it. The other one. What else happened on December 21st?
I don't know. I probably do know, but I can't think of it.
You do know. You just don't remember. We entered a new age.
Right. Thank you.
We entered the age of Aquarius on December 21st. Yes. We entered the first minute of the first degree of the age of Aquarius on December 21st of this year. And that's the great mover. The great mover is the sky, the revolving wheel in the universe, the great mover. That is the great mover. It's always been the great mover. So on that, he nailed it. The great mover renews the ages because it renewed the age. We entered a new age. And
that's true.
The other thing that's happening to us right now is we are also experiencing a 400-year cycle of our sun entering into a grand solar minimum. And that grand solar minimum is going to bring us mass amounts of rain. It's going to cause starvation and other things, bringing us blood, milk, famine, steel, and plague.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You know, and then it's like, and is the heavens fire seen? Now, I have no idea a long spark running. I don't understand that one, but I did catch that line. I went, wait a minute. He might have actually nailed something here. Because, of course, Nostradamus is notorious for nailing 1 in 20 of his quatrains.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this one here is one that looks like he might have actually nailed. You know, I don't know if he was so much full of shit or if he actually had something going. It's like he is interesting. I have read some of his work, and some of it's like, really? What the hell? You know, I understand you had to cloak everything you've seen, or basically you wrote the shit you've seen in your current language and understanding of the world, which means by the time we read it, you know, what's it, 400 years since Nostradamus was around?
Something like that.
Yeah. So by the time we read it, the language has been changed so much that, you know, whatever he wrote, we don't actually understand. Of course, the other problem is he wrote it all in French, and then they have to translate it to English. And the French-English translations have changed over the centuries.
There is another aspect to it. He
What's
had
that?
to make it more like poetry.
Yeah.
Because he had to hide it so he didn't get like burnt at the stake or
True.
anything.
He didn't want to be burnt at the stake as a witch.
And although a lot of people did go to him and talk to him and look to him for advice and future things, he did try to make it more poetic than anything, to try to stay under the radar, so to speak.
Yeah. So yeah, he did. But some of the things he's written have been pretty interesting. And of course, you know, with any prophecy, you never know if it's true until you're in the 2020 hindsight looking back at it. You know, because that's when you know, oh, God, why didn't we see it coming? Well, because you're not supposed to see it coming. If you saw it coming, you could avoid it.
So why do we look at prophecies so strongly, do you think? We look at them even though we know that we're not going to understand them until the time is already bloody well past.
Because humans have this innate need to understand that which is not understandable. It's the same reason that most humans fear death. Because it's something that is innate. We want to understand it, but we can't because nobody knows what happens on the other side of death. And we have this innate into us. We want to know is what it boils down to. We just want to know. And if we think we have a in into the future, we think we can make bets on it and win. And it's just part of the human psyche. We want to know the future. We want to be able to beat the future. We want to beat the fates. You know, many of the stories, the legends of history, all of the Greek myths and methods, or myths and mythologies, you know, or the Norse ones, they're all about somebody beating out, you know, prophecy.
Beating the odds?
Beating the odds. You know, and that's what humans want to do. We want to beat the odds, even though we know in the end, well, nobody's escaping this planet alive.
You know what's interesting?
What's that?
We have this desire to hear about these stories where the heroes beat the odds and everything, and yet every story we read also states you cannot beat the odds, because if you beat the odds, truly beat the odds, then you break the entire universe apart.
Well, there's that problem too, I suppose. I never thought about that one.
Well, like think about it. Like there's all these stories of people who they can time travel and they go back in time and they save their love of life from death, and it just keeps happening because whatever fate decrees happens some way, somehow. And so eventually, like, the time traveler just ends up going further back in time, falling in love with a completely different person or something. But you can't actually beat the odds. You can't actually beat the fates. It's very interesting because if you actually do, shit falls apart.
Yeah, it does. There's a good movie on that. You ever watched Butterfly Effect?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really good movie on that exploration of trying to beat the odds or trying to change the past. And every attempt to change the past fucks everything up even further. And every time you try to fix your fucks up and you fuck it up even further, and you try to fix that and it fucks it up even more. And it just continues. It's a continue effort until you finally go back and undo everything you did to put it all back the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can't change the past, can't change the present.
So many books and movies and shows that I have absorbed have had that kind of theme to them.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things you learn as you get older, and you wish, God, if I'd only made this decision, but then you stop and think and you go, wait a minute, if I had made a different decision, I wouldn't be who I am now. I wouldn't have...
And you wouldn't be where you are now.
I wouldn't be where I am now. I wouldn't want to change what I'm doing now. It's like every decision you've ever made in life has led you to who and what and where you are now. You know, and that's the interesting thing about it. And yet my computer has slowed to a bloody crawl for some reason. But yet everything else seems to be working well. What is happening
That's
here?
Interesting.
Something has suddenly started sucking up system resources. To figure out what it is.
Maybe everybody's logging on all at once to go and check out Close to Midnight kind of BS.
Yeah, well, it could be. That's what I should have labeled the title. Close to Midnight BS. Come tune in for Close to Midnight BS.
That would be a cool title.
Yeah.
Although they have to listen for 72 minutes before they actually get to hear about it.
Well, you know, they could. No, actually, if you log in and catch a live stream, you catch it where it's at.
Yes, that's true.
You catch it where it's at. You have to backtrack to hear the other stuff. Feedback hub background task? What the fuck is that?
Hey, Dad?
Yeah.
Want to throw in some music or something? I'll be right back.
Oh, sure, I can do that. Let's see, what do we got? Let's go for this.
Well, me and the boys are from the wrong side of town, but no one complains when we come around. We bring a white lightning in our music too. Gonna get it on, gonna play it for you. Singing country music, western too. Drinking red eye whiskey, call it Mountain Dew. We're playing hard, singing loud. Come on, you all, let's really get down. Cowboys, they call us white trash. They always make us pay with cold hard cash. But when we get to town and I play our stuff, the people start a rocking and they can't get enough of that country music. Western too, drinking red eye whiskey, call it Mountain Dew. We're playing hard, singing loud. Come on, you all, let's really get down. Whiskey still out in our yard. An old kid bull that likes to guard. One day the sheriff came and he tried our stuff. Now he's our fan and they can't get enough of that country music. Western too, drinking red eye whiskey, call it Mountain Dew. We're playing hard, singing loud. Come on, you all, let's really get down. Bass and some old guitars. Most people think that we're pretty bizarre, but we like to play our music on a Saturday night. maybe get some loving. Start a fire, singing country music. West of 2, drinking red eye whiskey, call it Mountain Dew. We're playing hard and singing loud. Come on, you all, let's really get down.
Yeehaw!
It's actually quite a long song.
Yeah, it is. That's a pretty decently length song. Yeah, it's 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Sean has all this pent-up information about Nostradamus in his brain meat.
Oh, well, he'll have to send it in to us, and we'll have to get it into show notes.
Well, I tried to convince him to come over here and take over the mic, but he just kind of laughed at me and said, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So
well, whatever. Yeah, what's funny is I've got the stream going still, but I'm still having choking problems on my computer suddenly for some reason. The stream seems to be live and healthy, and
I'm hearing you just fine. So Discord is working really well.
Discord's working well. The sounds are working well, but something Firefox is choking up right now. It's using 14.7% of my memory, of my CPU. 15, 17. Firefox is choking on shit for something.
That's odd. I wonder if Firefox just really doesn't like YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I've never used, never followed this through YouTube. Well, the stream should stay running if I close this window. So let's pop this out. Stream will stay running because the stream's running through OBS. Let's close down a couple of windows here. Let me get out.
I just noticed that under our thingy on YouTube, I have a video popping up saying Canada's New Year's Eve, a countdown to 2021.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I don't know.
I wonder where it's from.
I have no idea. Let's see what my phone has to show me here. Yeah, well, the live stream's still running. So.
Oh yeah, I have my screen on the live stream, and although there's that serious lag that drives me up the wall, it's still running good.
It's a 30-second lag, is what it is. There you go. There's a solar eclipse picture for everyone right now while I reboot my Firefox and bring it all back in order. Yeah, it choked. Firefox choked it up is what happened. Firefox choked on running all the stuff I was running on it. Never had that happen. Well, I've never run Firefox for it. I usually run the stream through Chrome.
So I'm kind of looking through the video of the Canada's New Year's Eve countdown.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some fella walking by a graffitied wall in a very bright coat. I don't know what he's saying because I have everything on mute. But
yeah. Well, I really don't know.
He sounds very English. I turned on the sound for a second. He sounds very English. Apparently, it's Rick Mercer talking about Wayne Gretzky.
Rick Mercer talking about Wayne Gretzky. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, but it's still a live stream.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Hard to say. I've got to load up
Niagara on the Lake.
I've got to load up a couple of programs on here. Yeah, there we go. I can bring that back up. Oh, we're down to one viewer. No, 2 viewers. Okay, we're still good. We're still golden.
Hey, apparently the Canadian band isn't wearing masks.
Oh, good. Maybe they're not as cucked as we think Canadians are.
I don't know. That dance that the pianists and singers are doing, I don't know, man.
Well, you know, the world's a bit of a screwball mess at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into another one here. Let's jump into the most probable crises you need to prepare for in 2021. This comes from askaprepper.com. It's actually a good website. They got a lot of useful information for preparing your life and making sure you know how to do different things.
That sounds interesting.
Although it sounds like they've bitten into some of the COVID-19 bullshit, which, I understand. There's many places that have bitten into the COVID-19 bullshit because they can't fight anymore. Fighting's hard. Fighting is very hard.
Or that, or they just need to sell shit.
Well, they do need to sell shit. They got to make money. They talk about, another panic, civil unrest. Civil unrest is coming. That I truly believe. Civil unrest is coming.
It's already starting.
Well, it's already starting, but it's getting worse. I mean, I saw videos today when I was cruising around. I should have saved them, but I wasn't thinking. And there's people that are freaking out now, and they're losing it on cops, and they're losing.
Yeah, I saw those.
They're losing it on the enforcers of these ludicrous directives because they aren't laws. Everyone thinks they're laws. They're not laws. They're directives from the political elite, because if they were laws, they would have gone through the legislative system to become laws. If they don't go through the legislative system, like, voted on by city council or legislative body, they're not laws or bylaws. They're directives issued by mayors or governors or whatever, but that's the problem, is they're not laws. And even in Canada, most of them are against the Constitution of Canada. We don't have a very good constitution, but we do have one. It's not nearly as thorough as the U.S. Constitution, but it is a constitution. This is the big one: guns and ammunition shortages.
Yeah, that's been interesting. I've been following those.
Yeah, well, what's interesting, and this is my favorite, is that Canada, surprisingly, a country of only 32 million people, 1/3 of our citizens have a license to own guns. Somewhere around 12 million have a license to own guns. Because, of course, in Canada, you got to have a license to own your guns and to buy the ammunition. But and
it takes forever to get the license.
Not forever. It takes about 5 months. But the one thing that I found interesting was that 1/3 cleaned out the stock of guns in Canada and the stock of guns and ammunition across Canada. So 1/3 of Canadian population is really heavily armed and has a shitload of ammunition. Okay.
I do find that really entertaining.
That is one of my most entertaining things that I have about it, is the fact that there's only 1/3 of the country, because only 1/3 of the country can buy it legally. There may be people in that other 2/3 that have it and it isn't legal, but I only look at the legal ammunition and guns that have been sold, because, of course, I have ammunition and guns. So it's one of those things, and of course, it's like I went to buy ammo for my guns to go target practicing, and it's like, shit, they don't have any. I had to search high and low to find the ammunition for my gun. And for those of you who don't know, just go check out the YouTube channel. You can see me in there with my 30-30 shooting at the range.
I have a question. Are we able as Canadians to import bullets?
Not without a lot of paperwork. And what's funny is it wouldn't make any difference, because the first place they import them from is the United States,
which is also having major shortages.
They have bigger shortages than we do.
Yeah.
Because everybody and anyone can buy guns and ammunition down there.
Well, where else is like a big gun place?
We actually, right now, a lot of the ammo I've bought recently comes from Sweden, of all places.
Really?
Sweden and Switzerland.
Well, actually, that kind of makes sense. I mean, everybody in, I think it's Sweden, or actually, no, it's Switzerland. Everyone in Switzerland as a whole has to go through like a year or something.
2 years. They have to spend 2 years in the military, and at the end, they got to take their gun home with them. So everyone in Switzerland owns a gun. The entire country is armed,
which is bloody brilliant.
Oh yeah, well, it's a very polite society, isn't it?
yeah.
It's amazing.
And everything is legal.
An armed society is an extremely polite society. Even the Wild West was not as wild as people think it was, because everybody had guns. The politeness was extreme. Yes, there were assholes, and the assholes often got shot. That took care of them. So it's like only the really idiotic created problems, because either they were very, very good with the gun or they got shot. Yeah, an armed society is a polite society.
You said that we had like a claim to fame, and I can never remember the name.
Claim to fame. Our family name?
Yeah. Yeah, our family, apparently someone who is really famous came to visit a relative on her farm or something.
Oh, Jesse James.
Yeah, there we go.
Jesse
That's
James.
the name.
Yeah, my great grandmother in Oklahoma. Jesse, because the James gang used to cruise through Oklahoma, Texas. What's next to Texas and Oklahoma? Is it New Mexico or Arizona? Can't remember.
I don't know.
My geography's off. Give me a second here.
Man, when I went to school in the U.S., the only thing that they seriously pounded into my head is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, well, it's funny.
I still remember that stuff.
I knew, when I went to school in the States, it's like geography. They pounded the Constitution into my head when I was a kid.
They didn't even let us look at the Constitution.
No, because they needed everyone to forget it exists. That's why
I swear I was at the beginning of the super brainwash time.
You were at the beginning of the brainwash time. Okay, next to Texas is New Mexico. So the James gang used to cruise Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, New Mexico, and what's above New Mexico? Why am I not seeing that? What's above New Mexico? Colorado. So that's
blame the rum.
Yeah, blame the rum. That's where the James gang used to do. But my great grandma lived in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, which I love immensely because Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, is a prominent thing in one of my favorite series, which is Star Trek Enterprise. And Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's like when they went Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's like, seriously? Because it was right in the beginning scenes. The aliens landed. Not the aliens, but the Klingons crash landed in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and had a fight at a farm. And it's like, why would they choose?
That's cool.
It was like Broken Arrow, Oklahoma is like Nowhereville in Oklahoma. It's like nothing. It's like population 10. You know, it's a little small hick town. And it was just funny as hell. And anyway, but my great grandma in Broken Arrow, she said that Jesse James used to stop by her farm and he was a hell of a gentleman. Which I'm sure he was. To ladies, he was a hell of a gentleman to ladies. And ladies and girls of the night were two different women in the Old West.
Yeah.
They were they were treated in two different ways.
They still are.
Yes, but we don't have all that many ladies these days.
No, unfortunately not.
That's the difference. Is the world, we don't have as many ladies as we had back in those days. And it was
we have imitation ladies who feel like they should be treated like ladies, but don't act
But
it.
they act like whores.
Exactly.
They act like whores, and they're not ladies. They act like whores.
Yeah.
But back then, they either acted like ladies or they acted like whores. They were one or two. But yeah, great grandma said he was a hell of a gentleman, and his gang was a really great guy. And she used to feed him, and they'd drop by the farm from time to time. But Jesse James used to cruise by her farm every once in a while. And she'd feed him.
You know, part of me longs for that kind of day, but the other part of me is like, oh no.
It was a dangerous time. It was a very dangerous time. Everybody went around armed, and you would never know if it was outlaws that were going to get you or the Indians. You know, and especially if you lived in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Colorado, because you had to deal with either the Comanches or the Apaches, or I can't remember the other. There's about 4 tribes that lived there. Not only were the 4 tribes warring with each other, they were warring with the white man.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you never knew who was going to be coming in and attacking you. And your best bet was to try and make friends with the tribes near you. And that happened a lot. You know.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, be friendly with your bloody neighbors, and then you won't get shot.
You won't get shot and attacked. They won't run off your cattle and come scalp you in the middle of the night.
You know, it's the same kind of attitude today. Be friendly with your neighbors, but now instead of the worry about getting shot, it's worry about getting the government called on you.
Yep, everyone telling on you.
Mm-hmm.
Being a tattletales.
It's amazing how much like Germany we are becoming.
Oh, God, it's so many things that are happening. It's like you hear it all the time. It's like, they did this in Nazi Germany during the rise of the Third Reich.
Yeah.
People are like,
It's
no,
amazing how many
no,
people
it's
don't
not the
see it.
same. They don't see it, and it's like, and it's amazing when I was growing up and we'd study this stuff in school. They would say, how could people have done that? How could they have not stood up for it? Well, look at society today. You know exactly why and how it occurred. People just want to follow. It is very disturbing. It's very disturbing.
One of the biggest ways that people are controlled is through their children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I was a young mother when I had my first child. And since the first day after I gave birth, I've had the ministry bugging me.
Yeah.
And that is one of the main ways that I am controlled,
mm-hmm.
is through the ministry and the threat of losing the kids. It's ridiculous. I'm 33 now. I'm definitely not 19 anymore.
Oh, yeah.
But that threat is still there because my file was initially opened when I was so young.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But that is how they are controlling most of the people out there, I think, is through their children.
Yeah.
Through the threat of the loss of their children. And it's disturbing because when I initially noticed this pattern that we are following in Germany's footsteps, I didn't fully comprehend the whole reason why. And when I really started looking at it, I realized back then in Germany, they also controlled people through their children.
Oh, yeah.
They were taking people's children just like they're taking people's children now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't fall in line, you lost your children due to child endangerment or what have you.
Yep. Well, that's the problem, is like governments, and as people are starting to learn now, and they will learn massively in the next couple of years, when you give government power, they don't give it up.
No, they don't. And people are starting to fear their children too, which is very disturbing. Like, I've actually met a few of the people now who they are afraid of their children. Like they are worried about what their children are saying at school. So they super behave and watch what they say when their children are home. And it's a weird experience for me.
That's how Germany controlled everyone. They got the children to tell on their parents, because children naturally gravitate to whoever they feel is the strongest power. Whoever
they're safest with.
Whoever they feel safest with, and whoever they feel is the strongest power. They gravitate to it. And they will tell them pretty much anything they want. But what happens is these parents don't realize that they need to make themselves the strongest power, and they need to talk to their children. People underestimate their children. They forget that their children are actually highly intelligent beings, and can actually, from the time they're about 9 years old, can carry on some really intense conversations.
Oh man, try 6, man.
Well, 6 too, but I figure from 9 years old.
Definitely from 9 years old. But yeah, it's like I used to get really funny looks. A great example is Alea or Ivy, I can't remember which one asked, but one of them saw an ant carrying a dead ant on their back. Mm-hmm. And the kid asked me, hey, why is that ant carrying the other ant? And I told the kid the truth. They couldn't have been more than like, Alea was 4, Ivy was 6. I can't remember which one asked me the question at the time. And I told the kid the truth, which is, well, the one on the back is dead, and that one ant is carrying the other one home so that they can eat it because they don't want to waste it. I got so many dirty looks thrown at me from the other parents at this, like, it was like a community dinner thing that I was trying to attend. Yeah. I got so many dirty looks. It's like, well, you're not supposed to tell the kid that. You're supposed to tell the kid, like, they're trying to take the other ant home because the other ant is tired or something. Like, give some kind of wishy-washy story. And it's like, no, tell them the bloody truth. They can handle it.
Yeah, they can handle it better than people think they can.
Yeah. But that's kind of been my approach the whole time. And unfortunately, I've gotten a kind of a bad name as a parent in my area because my kids know more than a lot of the other kids. Yeah. And something my daughters told me is that the other kids would go to them to ask them questions because they already had the information rather than the wishy-washy BS that their parents were giving them.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Our society started hiding things and treating our kids as if they were unintelligent when it started about 30 years ago.
It's disturbing.
You know, it started about the time I was a young parent and you were a little baby.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I had you as a parent. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, mom too, because
Yeah.
mom also answered things very truthfully as well. Like, I'm really glad I had you and mom as parents who I'd ask a question and I would get the truth no matter how uncomfortable the truth was.
Oh, absolutely. It just saves time, man. It saves time and a whole lot of extra explanations later.
It also saves lives in the long run, too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It can definitely save lives in the wrong. So we got 3 people, but no comments yet. What the hell's wrong with you people out there?
I know.
We need comments. Come on, trolls, get to work. And anyone who comes and checks out this video later and manages to get this far into the show, make sure you leave troll comments in the comments below.
Yes, please. We need some trolls. Liven up our world, man.
I mean, come on. I'm hunting for trolls. I'm troll hunting, man. I'm stomping on the top of the bridge to see if I can bring you out.
Maybe you need to hold us some rotten meat or something. I don't know.
I don't have any rotten meat. I've got rum. How about some rum? Come get the rum, trolls. Here you go. Rum. There you go. Hold it
he's
up to
got the good rum too. Go attack him.
I got good rum. Here, let's bring it up to the screen. Let's bring it up to the video. There you go. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's showing up there. There you go. Good rum. Florida Cana, 12-year-old. Good rum. I bought the whole bottle next to me so I didn't have to get up from the desk every time to fill my shot glass.
Oh man, my kid can cook. She's like sauteing onions and browning meat and making a whole huge meal in there.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
I know. She's got supervision though.
Oh.
I've given up on my kids sleeping for the next few days.
That wasn't the point. It's like I'm thinking 10 o'clock at night. She's making this massive dinner.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I've given up on my kids sleeping. They've turned completely nocturnal on me. The only option left at this point is for them to stay up all night and all day.
I made my black eyed peas for tomorrow today, and I created a brand new recipe, and I'm so impressed with it. It is so good. I ended up eating I ended up eating a couple of bowls of it for dinner tonight. So yeah, I figured out a really good, awesome recipe for black eyed peas. It was funny. Who was I talking to today? I can't remember. I was talking to my friend there, my marketing manager, who isn't showed up yet. I keep annoying her to show up. But anyway, I was talking to my marketing manager, and she was talking to me, and she goes, I heard something about black eyed peas, and I heard it's like a tradition somewhere. And I said, yeah, it's a Southern tradition, but it's picking up. We Southerners are very, very, very helpful people. We like to share our cuisine with people and get everyone else involved in a long-standing tradition. And it's like I found it fascinating that she heard it in the news that Black Eyed Peas has made the news that it's a tradition to have them on New Year's Day.
Oh wow! I didn't know that was in the news. That's cool.
Yeah, she heard it somewhere, and I thought, okay, that's fascinating, cool. I mean, black eyed peas have been part of my family since I was a little baby. Every New Year's, there was black eyed peas on the table, and you had to at least eat a spoonful of them, even if you didn't like them. You had to eat a spoonful because if you didn't eat your black eyed peas on New Year's, you'd break the good luck for the next year. Gotta eat black eyed peas on New Year's.
I actually forgot to make black eyed peas this year.
Did you? Oh.
Yep.
You're gonna have to find a can in your cupboard and for black eyed peas. I always keep a can in the cupboard of black eyed peas just in case I forget to make them.
I don't have a can. I guess I'm gonna have to go out to the grocery store tomorrow so I can make some for dinner.
Gotta find them, man. Need your black eyed peas on New Year's. Need the good luck. Either that or
you're the only reason why I have black eyed peas ever.
Well, that's because I've insisted on them every New Year's.
Yep.
And I got that from my parent. My dad would go nuts if black eyed peas weren't served on New Year's Day.
You know, your Southern accent is really coming out to play.
Yeah, that's because I'm getting drunk. The drunker I get, the more Southern I get. We'll bring the drawl out here real soon. And also, I'm talking about something Southern, so it's just naturally there.
Yeah, it's funny when I listen to you. For a long time there, my accent was switching between Southern, Canadian, Kiwi. Like it just, my accent couldn't make up its mind.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to hear what a linguist has to say about the way I talk.
Yeah, he'd probably think you're just psycho and schizophrenic. It's all good.
Well, Well, no, I mean, kind of like how Sherlock Holmes was able to tell where you were from based on the way you said
your
certain
accent.
words.
Oh yeah, based on your accent and how you use the word. The problem is I've lived so many places in my life. I've learned so many different ways of using the same word.
Well, that's the same issue I have. So that's why I would love to hear a linguist tell me what I sound like.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I want my Southern accent back. I spent so many years burying my Southern accent so I could fit in Canadian society. And the last 10 years, I realized, I want my Southern accent back. And I buried it so badly, it only comes out when I'm really drunk.
That's funny. It's the same issue I have with my Kiwi accent because I spent a lot of my formative years in New Zealand.
Yeah, I know.
And I find that I find that when I am drinking, my Kiwi accent comes out to play. But a lot of times, my accent just it's gone.
Yeah.
Careful, there's water on there.
All right, folks, this is the point here where I'm going to pimp out my daughter. If you ever want to see her on a live stream, I need $300 donation. No takers? All right, well, just want to put that one out there. You can go check out more stuff about me and what we do at the WP Plugins A-to-Z.com, where we actually do a normal podcast and we talk about WordPress and WordPress issues. And because my daughter there has gone silent on mute, she's taking care of some obvious issue with the kids and other miscellaneous shit. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little Christmas music.
It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas everywhere you go. Take a look at the big box stores opening once more, while restaurants and bars are told no. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas, ploys to stay indoors. But the jittiest sight to see is the media will be broadcasting fear porn. Slaves that are mutinous, servants that shoot are the wishes of Tony and Bill. They will use science to ensure compliance till all of our veins have been filled. And they'll take it live on TV just to prove that it won't kill. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Everywhere you go, empty chairs and empty tables, people who just weren't able to wear a mask wherever they did go. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Soon Freedom Pass will start, but the thing that'll make you free is the mRNA vaccine plunged into your arm.
Well, none of the vaccines at this point appear like they'll work with a single dose. You know, the side effects were not super severe. That is, it didn't cause permanent health problems.
Are these vaccines safe?
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where, it's just, super painful. But
it's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Soon Freedom Pass will start, but the thing that'll make you free is that mRNA vaccine plunged into your arm. It's COVID Christmas for sure.
You can't sugarcoat it anymore. It's all about human life.
Yeah.
Trust
China. China is asshole.
China is asshole.
Don't trust China.
Uh-oh. Suddenly silent. Here we go. I'm off on my own.
It sounds like you lost a song or something.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm just I'm tweeting out and retweeting out and sending stuff to Facebook, trying to sucker in some trolls, man. I really want some trolls. It would be so much more entertaining if we had trolls. I mean, I can account for 2 of the viewers on there. You know, one of them would be you. The other is the other person there who never says anything. But we've got one person there that's unaccounted for. So somebody is listening to us and sitting there. That's the word trolling. Lurking. That's what they're doing. They're lurking. They're lurking in the background, waiting for their moment to pounce.
Moment to pounce, or maybe just lurking, watching from the shadows.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to find subjects here. I keep getting lost. It's really funny when you want subjects, you can't find them worth shit. But when you really don't, when you're just babbling, shit comes up constantly. You ever notice that?
Yeah. Usually babbling is how you get the real shit to come out.
I know.
Wow, that came out a lot worse than I meant it for, too.
Yeah, well. Let's see, what do we got here? What can I do that... oh, this will be fun.
If you're white, you're a racist. If you're male, you're a pig. If you're cis, you are privileged. Skinny shaming if you're big. And if you're straight, you're homophobic. Heaven help if you're wrong. So don't have an opinion. And just do what you're told.
There we go.
Amen. Fist bump.
Yeah, I've piled myself full of no agenda clips here tonight.
And you can actually play every single one on here tonight.
Oh, pretty much. Here's a good one.
Work bar?
Allah Akbar. Yeah, let's play it again.
Okay.
Let's play it again for you.
Oh my god, that is amazing!
So yeah, I'm just having fun with them tonight. Yeah, I can't play them all for the other show. They just don't fit for that show.
Nah, that one is also supposed to, I think, be more professional. This one's more of a chill drink.
This is a chill, sitting in the tavern, having a drink, bullshitting with people. Your conversation goes wherever the hell the conversation goes. You make fun wherever you make fun. You know
what's sad?
What's that?
I don't really have much experience of ever going to a bar, even though I'm 33 years old.
Well,
the most experience I have is heading out for a drink with you. Or heading out for a drink with my partner who really doesn't like people, so we go in, get a drink, and leave.
Yeah, taking me out and getting me drunk is, I'm sure, a form of entertainment for you.
Every time.
Because the drunker I get, the more belligerent I become.
Yes, and it's quite entertaining. Although I don't remember everything I do when I'm drinking a lot. Apparently, I become very belligerent, too. We are quite the pair when we're drinking, according to Sean.
Oh, well, then that'll be very entertaining for him when we go out and get drunk.
Mm-hmm.
He'll have to stay sober to make sure we don't get in fights.
Well, considering that man's tolerance, I don't think it'll be hard for him to stay more sober than us.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I think you and I just have too much First Nations in us to really have much of a tolerance.
I do. I have way too much. I have way too much Indian blood in me, and it.
Me too.
And it prevents me. It prevents me from drinking too much because I get drunk way too fast. One of the hazards of First Nations blood. First Nations, Indians, they actually prefer Indian. They actually work with Indian. Indian's a good word for them. It's not racist or anything else. Many Indians call themselves Indians because that's the name they were known as for hundreds of years.
Makes sense.
But it's really funny. But yeah, they have such a low tolerance for alcohol because alcohol was not part of North America until Europeans brought it here. They never thought to make alcohol. Out of all the really cool shit they grow, which alcohol is made from, they never thought to make it into alcohol.
Yeah, we'll leave it to the Europeans and the Vikings, man.
Well, yeah,
they make alcohol from everything.
Pretty much. If it can be squished into juice, they turn it into alcohol.
Yes.
Yes, I know. Europeans and the Vikings, man, the alcohol, very important stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, First Nations didn't even make wine.
Which is interesting when you think about it.
Well, I know, considering that if you let any fruit ferment, it turns into alcohol.
Yes, the drunken bears can definitely attest to that.
I watched the drunken one time when it was years ago, at my ex's at her I guess it was her stepfather's parents' house. I was there for a Christmas several years ago, and they had these fruit trees on their property, and of course they dropped all the apples, but there were still apples on the ground, and they were all fermented, and the deer used to come around and eat the fermented apples, and you could see them get drunk. You could watch the deer get drunk on the fermented apples. It was a hilarious thing to watch. Was deer getting drunk on fermented apples.
That's awesome.
It was funny as hell. But then they told me stories about one deer that would come around for the fermented apples and get drunk and then try to stand up on its hind legs and get the apples up in the tree. It was really quite funny to watch the deer fall over. So it's like the animals would get drunk off the fermented fruit.
Oh yeah, well there was a bear who lived here. Like, I moved here 5 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first moved out here, there was this bear who he would get completely hammered off of all the fermented fruit in the area. And then he'd go through the campground and he'd be drunkenly bumping into the RVs and trailers and stuff. Apparently, he actually rolled over a tent and damaged some people as well. But
that would suck. That would really suck to have a bear roll over you in the middle of the night.
They survived, from what I heard.
Well, that's good.
But he was the local drunken bear.
Huh.
And then this last year, he's just gone.
Oh.
I think it's because of all the development that's been going on around here.
Probably chased him away.
I don't know. Last I heard of him, he was seen at the local lake in like the kids' playground area, just sitting there looking forlorn.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't hear anything about him again.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him.
He probably left the area. Too many people. He probably realized, "Back, I hate people. I'm out of here."
I'm sad. I mean, he was getting kind of old too, though, so he might have actually just passed on.
He could have passed on, yeah. If he was getting old, he could have passed on. But yeah, he either left the area or he passed on. But yeah, it's really quite funny. But yeah, I just think it's funny how the animals get hammered off it. But the First Nations never thought to make wine or alcohol. You know,
I guess they were too busy.
Well, they were too busy smoking pot.
Exactly.
Because that's what they stuffed into their peace pipes. They stuffed pot into their peace pipes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, most people I think would choose to get stoned rather than drunk.
Yeah, tough choice. Stone gets me. I just fall asleep. I smoke pot, man. I'm out. You know, it's useless for me. It's a perfect drug for me to if I'm having insomnia, take a few hits and within an hour I'm snoozing. So it's better than taking sleeping pills. But yeah, it's really funny. Thinking of which, I got a crap load of that this year. The plants I grew left me with a whole bunch. I've still got like
nice.
I've still got like 10 or 12 grams left. I got to give away.
Do you have any idea who you're going to give them away to?
Nope. I keep forgetting it because I keep wanting to give it to people, and I keep forgetting that I have it, and then I'm moving stuff around. Oh, I still got that pot. Yeah, because
it sucks that I'm completely allergic to the damn plant.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. It's actually a good healthy plant.
It is.
And a friend of mine, a person I never thought would be using marijuana, told me recently. He goes, "Hey, you're gonna find this funny." And I thought, "Really? What?" He goes, "I'm using pot now." And I started laughing at him because he was an adamant person that hated this stuff. It was the most horrendous plant on the planet, and he's using it now. And he's using it because it helps with his issues, and it helps him get to sleep at night. And I just thought it was funny as hell.
Well, it also helps that they've like separate out the THC and CBD.
Well, he uses the ones that have more CBD than THC.
Exactly, and separating those two aspects of the plant out has really helped a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the plants they grow, and I don't know what kind of plant mine is. I can't remember if it's higher in THC or CBD. I just grew the plant.
But that took years for them to figure out. Like for the longest time, almost every plant had more THC than CBD.
Yeah, and then they started a breeding program.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, they can also chemically separate the two things out too, right?
We got 4 viewers now, but still no trolls. What the hell? Come
What
on,
the heck
viewers.
is wrong with people?
What's wrong with you people out there? We need trolls. Come on, trolls. It's very boring in here sometimes.
Say something snarky.
Yeah, anything, man. Liven the world up a little bit for us. Let's see what we got. Maybe this will help.
69, dudes.
Or this one.
Let's get social with social media. Let's get social with social media.
If that doesn't want to make you gouge your eyes out, nothing will. I need the full version. I gotta find the full version of that from No Agenda. There's a full 2 minutes of that song from those two people.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious. Those two people sang that at some social media gathering thing, and they sang it, and that's what they sang for 2 minutes. And it's like it makes you want to gouge your eyes out. Really? Is this what our fucking millennial generation is doing? They've lost their fucking mind.
Yeah, it seems like most people who are about my age or younger.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they're doing, whether they are cooking, shopping, or what have you. They have to post it onto some sort of social media BS.
Oh yeah, well that's the millennials. That's millennials. They need.
It's weird to me.
Well, what it is they don't have anything in their life to gain satisfaction or accolades or whatever you want to call it, and they have to go to social media where people go, oh, like, and they get the likes. The likes are like crack. The more likes they get, the more they do it. The more likes they get, the more they do it, and they need those likes. And if they do something that gets them negative replies, they go, oh my god, I'm so sorry, here, let me give you something that'll give me likes. They can't take negativity. They can't take people telling them, no, you suck. Get over it. You suck. What you did just sucks. You can't do that. They have never been told no. They are of the generation of, I really need that clip there, that that everybody wins. We have no losers here. Everybody wins. Let's tell a secret. I don't have that clip.
Also, everybody gets a gold star.
Everybody gets a gold star. Yes, everyone gets a gold star. Nobody loses. Let's all hug and share secrets. And
what's really interesting?
What's that?
Both of my girls were in cross country for a couple of years there, and they would get really excited if they got one of the ribbons.
Yeah.
During the first year.
Yeah.
But then the second year, they realized that everybody got a ribbon, and one of my girls was looking at going, "Why did I get a ribbon? I am 187."
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. What's the point? And they just threw it to the ground and forgot about it.
Well, it's because it is pointless at that point. It's like only the first 3 ribbons count. First, second, and third. Those are the only places that count.
Yeah.
And they're the only places.
Everybody gets a gold star.
But everyone gets a gold star. Got to make everyone feel good. Everyone gets a trophy for participation. And that was the problem. Participation trophies.
Yeah.
And so what happened was the generation grew up to expect to get a trophy or to get patted on the back for just showing up and breathing. And they weren't.
Which is bad.
It's very bad. It's very bad for kids and their growth, because they never understand that not everybody wins, and that life is a bitch and it will slap you very, very hard when you do something incorrect. And they're not used to that. And when they get slapped by life, they don't know what to do. and they panic and they call their parents, who are bulldozer parents, who bulldoze the path clean for them.
There's another aspect too. Like when everybody gets a gold star or participation award, what have you, they never really learn how to take pride in what they actually accomplish. Like I started homeschooling my girls this year, and one of the problems I found is that every time that my girls felt like giving up, they could, or they at least they could in regular school, and I forced them through tears, snot, begging, all that stuff. I forced them to finish what they were doing, and all of a sudden, as soon as they were done, they had this extreme pride, and now them actually completing things, it's not so hard for them. But the idea of let them just give up, and this idea of they should get whatever they're looking for without trying, it kind of kills the person's ability to have any pride, which is leading, in my opinion, to an entire world of people having no pride in any job that they do. Once upon a time, people took extreme pride in any job they did, whether it was cleaning a toilet or fighting for someone's right in court. They took extreme pride in their job because they did it well, and they were appreciated, and they were respected for whatever job they did. And we've lost that. And by losing that pride in our jobs, we've lost our pride in ourselves, and our entire world is just collapsing like an Atlas Shrugged.
Yep. That's pretty much how it works. Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, rant over.
Oh, good rant. Good rant. That was a good rant. But yeah, you're right. And that is part of the problem, is because they're not forced to work through the hard part. You have to, because you don't feel satisfaction until when you hit the wall and you stop, you never get satisfaction. Or you hit the wall and they go, oh, that's okay, you don't have to finish, you're good. You feel robbed of something. And you don't feel like you've succeeded. But if you hit the wall and somebody helps push you and shove you and push you and make you climb and move over that wall, so the moment you get over that wall, you suddenly have a massive sense of satisfaction, like, oh my God, I completed something. God, that feels good. It's the same thing of, like, think about you and what you're doing when you're hunting down a problem or a bug for code, and you ask me questions. I say, go search this, and I send you in the right direction, but I don't give you the fucking answer. How much satisfaction do you feel when you actually solve the problem yourself? Even though you had someone point you in the right direction, you still solve the problem yourself. It's so much more satisfaction to completing it. And
it is. I remember reading one of the newsletters from John C. Dvorak.
Yeah.
And he wrote this thing about how there's another aspect to video games where people may possibly be being taught
to lose. The defeatist attitude.
Yeah. And that kind of connects to the school issue. I was thinking about that earlier this week, where the video games, they kind of teach you to lose, but eventually you do triumph. So you do eventually get that triumph feeling. Yeah. But in school, like, you're taught to give up. Yeah. You're taught to stop fighting. Yep. And I think that maybe that's part of the problem with a lot of people who are just like 5 to 10 years younger than me, because I was at the very beginning of this weird brainwashing thing. Yeah.
You're an early millennial. You are of you are of the beginning of the millennial generation.
Mm-hmm. But people who are like 5 to 10 years younger than me,
they're fucked.
It's like they came from a completely different universe.
Yeah.
I don't understand them. I understand my 14-year-old more than I understand them, and 14-year-olds are nearly impossible to understand.
Yes, I remember a certain 14-year-old that I didn't understand in the least.
No, 1 minute they're smiling, next minute they're crying, the next second they're screaming. It's like, whoa, what'd I do?
No, I never worried about what I did. I just went, wow, you're fucked up right now. Go away and leave me alone.
Well, my curiosity is, what button did I accidentally press by smiling at you?
Oh, you didn't push
what happened there?
They're just emotional basket cases.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah,
But it's like,
there's nothing you can do
I
about it.
understand my 14-year-old better than I understand people who are 5 to 10 years younger than me. Actually, I understand my 14-year-old better than I understand other people who are right around my age who've bought into this weirdness.
Well, that's because your 14-year-old has a fucking brain.
Oh, that's sad. My 14-year-old has more of a brain than people who are like 15 her years senior.
Yes, absolutely. But that's because your 14-year-old has not been raised with the idea that everybody wins, nobody losers, and that's all hug and share a secret.
That's true. Although the first time she learned the lesson that life is unfair, she did scream at me that I'm ruining her life and slam her bedroom door. I think she was 6 at the time.
That's pretty typical. I sort of remember that from another 14-year-old, that I was ruining your life. It's all good. You know.
Oh no, she hasn't done that since she was like 6 or 7.
Well,
but it's funny, like little tiny 6-year-old going, "You're ruining my life," and slamming the door.
Well,
it was great.
You should hear that again in the next 2 years then, because it's
probably.
It's a typical reaction of kids. You're ruining my life. But, they eventually develop a brain and come around and figure, oh, you're not as dumb as I thought you were.
Yeah, for females, it's about 25. For males, it's about 30, 35?
No, males, it's about 36.
36? Oh, okay.
That's when the big head overpowers the little head in their thinking.
Ah. Well, I don't really have to worry much about that. I got 2 girls.
You got 2 girls. Your girls will develop their brain in their early 20s, so you're in good shape. But that's the way it works. What can we say? I need to kick some music on for a minute, and I will be right back.
You've been working hard in the factory or the shipyard. At construction you are employed. The weekend's here, now you're overjoyed with thoughts of a boisterous Saturday night. It's the boys' night to howl and the girls' night to prowl. It's the blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. A chance to let off steam, a chance to holler and scream. It's a blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. All week long you've been longing for that whistle to blow, get out that door. A quick shower, and a fast meal, rev up the car and make her wheels squeal, heading for a boisterous Saturday night. It's the boys' night to howl and the girls' night to proud. It's a blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. A chance to let off steam, a chance to holler and scream. It's a blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. Long you will sing and dance. If you get lucky, you'll find romance. Drink too much of that, I'm sure. Wake next morning with your head so sore, all caused by a boisterous Saturday night. It's the boys' night to howl and the girls' night to proud. It's the blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. A chance to let off steam, a chance to holler and scream. It's blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday nights. It's the boys' night to howl and the girls' night to proud. It's blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. A chance to let off steam, a chance to holler and scream. It's the blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night. Lord, it's a blue-collar workers' boisterous Saturday night.
Yeehaw. It's amazing how much you can accomplish in 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I need a bigger fridge.
You need a bigger fridge.
Yeah, I can't fit everything in there sometimes.
Well, I know that in places that I've rented before, if I just chat with the landlord, they'll take my old fridge if I have a fridge to replace it.
Well, I know I could do that, but I'm not going to go buy myself a bloody fridge.
You can find them for pretty bloody cheap.
Yeah, I couldn't fit one in that space though. The space they designed for the fridge is designed specifically for an apartment fridge. I couldn't fit a full-size fridge in the space that.
Yes, that's true.
You know, because there's just enough space for the little bitty fridge they give you, the apartment size fridge.
Yeah. And you really don't have any more room in that place.
I have no more room in here. I've got so much crap in this place.
Not unless there's like a plug in the storage room.
Yeah, I'm going to go down the hall every time I need to fucking get something from the fridge.
Why not? It could work. You could put all your You could put your like long-term storage crap in there.
Yeah, that's too much work. I'm not a big one for lots of work. I like to make life easy on myself. I'm a lazy SOB.
Most people are.
Everybody is. Everybody wants the easy way to do stuff. I mean, granted, I will work very hard, but I'll take the easy route whenever I fucking can.
Yeah. It's the only smart way to do it. Yeah. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. It is. So let's see. Well, we're back down to 3 viewers, and we need people to like this video. Share it out. Bloody idiots out there, man. I keep sharing this and nobody shows up. What the hell? Hey,
apparently our talking actually helped Sean fall asleep, so.
That's good to know that we can bore him to sleep.
I don't know if it helped bore him to sleep. He falls asleep listening to anything.
Yeah,
so
well, you know, I'm trying to push us to midnight. You know, we're an hour and 10 minutes from New Year's.
I think you can go till midnight.
Yeah, I think I can manage it to midnight. I'm not that drunk yet.
Me either.
Let's see here. I'm drunk enough to have my southern accent show up from time to time, but not that drunk yet.
You know what's interesting? I have a higher tolerance for hard bar than I do for beer.
Hard bar?
Yeah, well, rum.
Oh, hard alcohol. I do. I have a massively higher tolerance for high alcohol for pure alcohol than beer. Beer gets me hammered freaking quick.
Oh yeah, like all I need is like 3 beers and I am gone for the night. But man, I can drink half of a 2-6 and I'm just nicely buzzed.
Yeah. Well, it's the way the alcohol hits you. It hits you differently.
I wonder why that is.
I have no idea. I've never dug into that particular problem. One day I'll.
But I also know that if I drink wine, it hits me harder and faster.
Oh yeah, it does. Wine gets me massively drunk. It's when I'm drinking rum, I can drink half a bottle and I'm like, how the hell did I drink half a bottle of wine or rum and I'm still standing? But I drink like 3 beers and I'm fucking falling asleep and hammered.
Exactly. Okay, so I get it from you then. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I passed on.
Are you browsing for a new video to chat about?
I'm seeing if there's anything entertaining in my feed.
Well, try going to BitChute rather than YouTube.
Okay, we'll go to BitChute. See what we got in BitChute.
You get more options on BitChute.
No, I don't subscribe to a lot of people on BitChute.
Oh, I got loads on BitChute. I'll go check out mine.
Let's see what I got. Fight for Trump. Election fraud exposed. Satan's plan. QR codes, vaccines, and a market of beast. This should be fun. Oh, this is fucking InfoWars. Oh, God. He's so... I like him.
When your DNA changes and you cease to become human, there will come a point where you actually...
I can't handle him most of the time. I like the information he gets when he's being serious or he's pretty decent, but but sometimes it's like oh God, please quit hollering. Please quit it. Please quit. Just talk like a normal human. Give me the information. It's like I like him, but sometimes the stuff is like, oh man, you're rattling my brain here. And you know, I'm a massive conspiracy theorist sometimes, but even you fucking push the limits for me.
Oh, me too. I think my favorite conspiracy theory is the one where we had our DNA. I can't think of the word now. Maybe I have had a wee bit much rum. Spliced. There we go. The one where we've had our DNA spliced with an alien species, and that's why we actually are the way we are. Because if you take into account evolution, we shouldn't be sunburning by this point. We should have actually kept the fur rather than losing all the fur.
Oh, well, it makes sense.
So I think that's one of my favorite conspiracy theories, is diving deep into the alien DNA theory.
Well, the alien DNA theory is a great one. And that comes directly from the Book of Enoch. You know that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because the Book of Enoch talks about the giants. And we do know that giants existed on the earth. There's proof.
Mm-hmm.
Although the Smithsonian Institute did its best to destroy it all.
Yes, they did.
But the problem is they didn't take into account the fact that massive numbers of newspapers across the Old West documented it. That kind of blew them apart because all those newspapers documented it, and it's in the newspaper archives of these anywhere from 10-foot to 18-foot skeletons. Well documented. Pictures of people standing next to the skeletons reassembled.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, and that was the late 1800s, you know, after photography became popular during the Civil War. And that was the problem. But and of course, the Book of Enoch talks about those giants mating with the daughters of man. But what everyone does is everyone takes it at a face value. They don't think of it in the fact that during that age of giants, we had 2 or 3 species of humans living on the planet at that time. We had the Neanderthals and what are we called? We're called the Homo sapiens.
There's also a third one that they recently started talking about.
There's 3. There's 2 or 3, but all of them were living on the planet at the same time. And the giants bred with the the Neanderthal women, and that could account for it, is the giants breeding with them, creating a whole new species of man, which is us, which is our current species of human. And because we just basically bred the other species of humans out of existence is basically what happened.
Yeah.
If you're a Star Trek fan, you will have seen this exact scenario played out in Star Trek series. Mm-hmm. And that's what I love about Star Trek, because they would take these really abstract ideas and they would put it into an episode and they would just play it out. And it's like, wow, that's fascinating. And then when you look, you go, oh, they based that off of Bible, the Book of Enoch, and it's like, and of course the writers are all highly educated people, so they've got information from multiple sources, and they go, well, if we weave a story like this, the public will accept it, and they won't realize where it came from. I mean, my favorite episode in Star Trek is Star Trek: The Next Generation is what I'm talking about here, and my favorite episode is the episode where they went on an excursion across the galaxy, chasing down DNA sequences that, when put together, created a 3D image that showed the original aliens that planted their DNA across our quadrant of the galaxy on multiple planets.
I love that one.
That was like, it's like I watched it and I was like, oh, that is so amazing. And it's so cool because it could be true.
Yep.
And that's the thing. And that was the wonderful thing about how Star Trek used to be, aside from, it's like, I never watched the latest series, whatever it was called. I watched all the previews and the reviews of it, and I went, "Oh God, they fucking feminazied it and turned it into fucking equality crap." And it's like, "Oh my God, they destroyed Star Trek forever." But,
yes, they have.
But Star Trek used to explore humanity in such a way that it allowed us to look at both the bright side of humans and the dark side of humans without destroying the fact that we're humans, and that fact that we ultimately strive to do ultimately humans strive to do what's best for the species. Ultimately they do, but there are
generally,
well, ultimately they do, but there's problem is you've got the humans that have all the money and power right now. They want to just control everything and destroy it. But ultimately humans on the whole want things to be better. And they want things to be better for themselves and their kids and their grandkids and their great-grandkids. They want humans to evolve to a better plane. But currently we seem to have humans in control that want to fucking destroy everything.
Currently, it's kind of like the kid with the magnifying glass in the anthill is in charge.
Yes, the guy. Yeah, that's pretty much what you've got a very good point there. It is like the kid with the magnifying glass on an anthill. It's like, what happens if I focus on that ant there and see what happens? Oh, it sets on fire. Hey, that's cool. Let's try another one. Yeah, you've got a very good. That's a very good point. That does sort of describe what the fuck's going on right now. Like
but eventually, that kid with the magnifying glass always ends up getting kicked in the gut in the face.
Yeah, someone
eventually goes, "No, okay."
Somebody comes along and kicks him in the face. Yes, and
exactly.
And eventually, he's going to get kicked in the face. But how long does it take to get him kicked in the face? That's the problem.
After how many deaths of ants?
After how many ants does he kill before somebody comes along and kicks him in the face? And that's the problem we're facing right now. That is pretty much true. Yeah, it is quite funny in that aspect here.
Apparently, I've got a knack for analogies.
Well, hey, a knack for analogies is a good thing because it helps explain things to people or helps bring about ideas to people to figure out what the hell's going on. I mean,
yeah, I've got one buddy, you know him, who,
if
I didn't have a knack for analogies, I don't think that guy would understand anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the way it works. Oh, wait a sec. Here's one. Camel Toe Harris, Wheels Up Harris. Or Heels Up Harris. That's it. Heels Up Harris, Camel Toe Harris. Let's see what they have.
Man, just choose a name and stick with it.
Oh, I love both of them.
Kamala Harris instantly called out for her latest pandering shenanigans. This is the Next News Network. My name's Elijah. Please check that you are subscribed by hitting that red button below and turning on the bell.
Come on, get to the point.
Checking us out at nextnewsnetwork.com.
Before I go into this report, you need to know that I've been taking ageless multi-collagen and the results.
Oh, come on. I don't want to watch your multi-collagen crap.
Up to
you got to make the money before you can make the point.
I know.
And friends already comment on how much of a difference.
Well, the funny thing is, okay, let's pause that for a second. The funny thing is, okay, they keep promoting this collagen crap, okay? I've run across it upon multiple of them. It seems like collagen, the collagen people are buying up all of the free thinkers. I'm good with it. I listen to it from time to time. It annoys me, and it's like, oh, please spare me. But okay, you got to make your money. You need your money. I understand. It's all good. But what's funny, okay, and I realized this because I did this last couple of days, is if you want collagen, the best way to get your collagen you need is not buy this crap because this is artificial collagen.
Yeah.
Go to your butcher or go to the meat counter in your grocery store and ask for some beef bones.
Mm-hmm.
Boil your beef bones, put 2 or 3 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar, preferably you made yourself, but even regular or store-bought apple cider vinegar will work. And what it does is it releases all the collagen from the bones into the broth.
And then your body can properly digest it and use it.
Absolutely. Much more efficiently than this shit here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Although that shit there does have a short-term, more immediate effect. I learned.
No. Your beef broth will have a very short term immediate effect too, and a long term effect, because your beef broth.
A long term effect, but I have to argue this one point with you because when I was 16, my doctor, Dr. Giles, she's retired now. Unfortunately,
yeah, I know. I miss
she was
her.
The best doctor.
She was
ever.
the best doctor ever. I miss her, man.
Me too. She didn't even stick around long enough to help me deliver my kids, man.
No.
I was so sad.
No.
But she diagnosed me with something called old maiden syndrome in my knees. Yeah. Essentially, it means that the cartilage is gone from my knees by the time I was 16. And I needed this. And she told me to go and try these collagen pills. Well, the brand she gave me worked really well within a few weeks.
Yeah.
It didn't last for long, but it built up my collagen enough to where I could start, being the active 16, 17-year-old I was.
But you would have got the same collagen from beef broth.
Immediately?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, immediately. Yes, because the collagen is available immediately when you start using properly made homemade beef broth. When you make it yourself, you use the method of extracting the collagen with a vinegar, or even you could even use lemon juice to extract it. Okay, but you gotta get it extracted from the bones. And it does become available immediately, but by using the beef broth, it becomes not only immediate but long term, because it does both. It's immediate and long term, whereas the pills are immediate but they're not long term unless you keep taking the pills. Or in this case here, he's selling the powder stuff, so you have to keep taking the powder over and over again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So I'll give you that. I just know that the pills do work for immediate effect.
Oh, I'm not saying they don't. They do. They work for immediate effect. But if you use the proper method that humans were meant to use, which was boiling your bones and getting them, because if you go back in history, humans have always used almost every part of whatever animal we killed. We didn't waste anything. We would take the bones and boil them. We would take the meat, eat the meat. We'd boil the bones down, make the broth. We'd take the bones, throw them in the fire, turn it into ash, and we'd take the ash and put it on our plants because it turns into bone meal, which helps the plants grow. It was a continuous cycle. We didn't waste anything. We used to never waste anything. We waste so much stuff now.
Oh, we so do.
I'm learning myself. I'm relearning to not waste. It's like I got the beef bones. I saved the bones. I boiled the bones down till there was nothing left to extract. Now I've saved the bones. I'll take them. I'll put them in my fire pit. I'll burn the bones down to ash, and I'll take that ash and I'll put it on my gardens. And that stuff there will provide bone meal, potassium, and other things into my plants, and I'll grow the plants. I'll get the plant benefits, and it'll be a continuous cycle. So, but by taking the broth, we bring in the broth, and the other thing the broth does, see what the broth does is you not only extract the collagen, but you also extract the gelatin.
Yes.
And that gelatin, when it gets into your body, is turned into collagen.
Now that I didn't know. I didn't realize that the gelatin was turned into collagen.
Yes, the gelatin is turned into collagen. So you get instant collagen, and the long-term effect is you're getting the gelatin, which turns into the long-term. So that's how you get it all.
I know that I've been making my own broth for years now, and since I've been making my own broth, I haven't had any problems with my knees.
Yes,
I've been doing this for years now.
Yeah, well, that's because you're getting the benefits of it. Are you adding an acid to it, such as vinegar or lemon juice?
Apple cider. It also adds a fantastic flavor.
Apple cider vinegar.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's an acid. And that acid causes more of an extraction from the bones.
It also adds an amazing flavor. It's a flavor that you don't get with anything else, man.
I'll tell you what, one of the secrets of the beans I made today was adding fresh beef broth to the beans.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I added.
I don't remember how long ago it was. I think it was maybe last Thanksgiving or something. No.
Oh, the ones you
Year's?
made, the one you made a couple of years ago for New Year's at your house.
Yeah.
Oh God, those were amazing. Black eyed peas. Those were like amazing. I think I almost duplicated your recipe.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Because I'll have to steal your recipe then because I lost mine.
No, I wrote this one down. This one is going on the Rogues Tavern into the membership area of the Rogues Tavern. This recipe will go. The only way you will get this recipe is to become a member of the Rogues Tavern.
Or, be your daughter and go through your cookbook.
Yeah, my daughter gets to go through I have a handwritten cookbook of the recipes I've been creating over the years. And most of them were in my head, but in the last couple of years, I started writing them in a special cookbook. Every recipe I've ever had is slowly making its way into my cookbook. Every time I make it and I'm like, oh, I don't have that one in here, and I start writing it down.
Yeah, I'm still stealing that recipe from you. If you almost duplicated my recipe that I made that one year, I don't even know what I put in there because it was like a basic Tennessee recipe, but then I morphed it into my own while I was making it and didn't pay attention to what the hell I was putting in there.
Well, that's pretty much what I did. I was like, this is actually, in truth, this is the first time I've ever made beans from scratch. I've never had to make beans from scratch, and black eyed peas I've never had to make from scratch because somebody else always made them. You made them, your grandma made them. It was somebody else always made them for me. It's like my ex mother-in-law made them for me one year because I told her I needed black eyed peas for New Year's Day, and she made them. It's like I never had to make them, and when I didn't make them and nobody was around, it's like I bought a can of black eyed peas. So I didn't make them. And the canned ones are okay. They're satisfactory. They work. They provide me with black eyed peas. But this year it's like, all right, fine. Nobody's around. I have to make them. So I went through my stores and I'm like, okay, I've got black eyed peas. I was like, I need black eyed peas. And it's like black eyed peas are kind of boring by themselves. So I added some kidney beans to the black eyed peas and I added some navy beans. So it's about 80%. It's 80% black eyed peas. It's 10% kidney beans, and it's 10% navy beans. So to give it a little bit of flavor. And then I added paprika, garlic, onions. And when I looked up the recipe, I was supposed to, and of course I did this slightly incorrect, and which is always the way it works. And because I was writing it down, I got the recipe right anyway. You're supposed to, brown your onions and other stuff. I didn't do that. It's like I threw the onions in, threw the garlic in, threw the paprika, the pepper, and all the other stuff in there. And of course, one of the lucky things I had is your grandma made a ham for Christmas dinner, and I got to bring home what was left over, including the bone in the ham. So
nice.
I had a ham bone to throw in there along with bits of ham that wasn't edible after I cut all the good ham off for freezing. And so I threw all that in there. And of course it had ham fat and everything else in it, along with the fact that I made bone broth, and now I have bone broth to go in there. And so I threw all that in together, and it simmered nicely. And of course I let the beans soak properly overnight for about 18 hours before I rinsed them and started simmering them for everything else. And then you use lots of broth and almost little water, and then all the spices, and it's perfectly spiced. Plus I have my secret ingredient, my ultimate secret ingredient. It's called the death pepper mix.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, the death pepper mix. It's my secret ingredient for many things. And that death pepper mix, I don't know if I'll ever be able to duplicate that mix, but I'm going to try this next summer.
Good luck.
Well, I've got to figure out exactly which peppers went into it.
I was just going to ask, do you even know what peppers you threw in there?
I have a vague notion of which peppers went into it. It's like I grew a bunch of hot peppers last summer, and I saved several of them, and I dehydrated them. And there was one pepper that was this little teeny tiny itty bitty pepper, but it was
evil one,
the evil pepper, which turned it from a really good pepper mix into the death pepper mix.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like that pepper plant, though, I think is the one pepper plant I've managed to winter over.
Oh, cool.
So that pepper plant there will be my key, and I'll just and it's really quite fascinating and funny.
Yeah, that pepper was the runt of the litter, and it was the most deadly.
It was the most deadly, and that was named by my oldest son. My oldest son named it the Death Pepper Mix. And the Rogues Tavern will endeavor to make that mix and perfect that mix and know exactly what peppers grow into it every year, and it will become a staple available from the Rogues Tavern eventually.
Once you figure out what peppers you bloody well throw into it.
Once I figure all the peppers that went into it to create that blend, and the beautiful thing is you need just so little bit of that pepper mix into anything I make, and it gives not a overly hot spicy, but it gives this beautiful pepper flavor throughout the entire meal.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that it also adds a kind of sweetness as well.
It's because there's sweet peppers in there along with super hot peppers.
Ah, that's what it is.
It has a mixture of all the peppers I grew, from green bell peppers to ultra hot peppers. It's
all right.
It is, and I dehydrated the peppers myself, so it's just like it's an amazing mix, and I've got half a jar left of it because I use it sparingly because I used it a little too much in one meal. It's like, yeah, I can barely tolerate this. I can barely tolerate it. You got to use it very, very, very diligently, very carefully. Is how much you got to apply to it. It's insane. But yeah, that was one of the most interesting things that happened.
All right, we completely went off of the tangent, I guess, of Kamala Harris.
Well, I paused the video. We'll come back to that in a minute. Well, that's the thing about this show. This show is all about tangents. Where the hell it go? You're in a bar, you're in a pub talking to somebody. What happens? You start, we get on a subject and we like, and you just keep rambling. Go, hey, weren't we talking about that?
Yeah, see, I don't know these things because I've only ever gone with, people, a few people, and generally I end up just going straight home, and the whole time I'm there, it's like, actually every time that I've gone to a pub, it's either been you or Sean, so
yeah,
it's
I've been to more than my fair share of pubs in my lifetime. All right,
you had a wee bit more freedom at my age than I do, though.
No, you've got pretty much the same freedom I had at your age.
Not quite.
Oh, true, I was single at your age.
Exactly. Well, not just that. Exactly, but also not exactly.
You
were single at my age, but also you only had me for.
I only had you for part of the time. I had several months where you weren't around, so I was truly single and footloose and fancy free.
Yeah, so you had a wee bit more freedom than I did at this age.
Just a wee bit. All right, let's continue this along. Let's go see what the hell else he's got about Camel Toe Harris.
The youthfulness and glow of your
appearance. He's still talking about the collagen. That's what set us off.
Oh yeah.
This essential ingredient decreases its natural production.
It's amazing how that led to recipes.
I know.
Get yourself a bag
His bizarre as fuck.
Multi-collagen today. It's still 51% off.
Yes. Buy your BioTrust collagen.
51% off. How could you not?
Oh, I know. Jump on it right now.
Or simply click the link in the description.
Just over half off.
Yes, I know.
By getting ageless multi-collagen today. Now, back to the news.
All right.
Our story today comes from Mike LeChance from American Lookout, who reports that Kamala Harris has put out a new video in which she talks about her family celebrating Kwanzaa.
Oh, God. This one. Have you seen this? You heard about this?
Well, I haven't seen it, but I've heard it. And yes, Kwanzaa.
Her talking about Kwanzaa?
That was impressive.
Oh, that was fairly impressive. Considering, 1, she's not black.
Yeah.
2, she's not African American. Kwanzaa is a 100% African. No, not African. Kwanzaa is a 100% African American created holiday.
Oh, I thought it was just African, not African American.
It was created for the African Americans in the late 60s.
Oh,
It's not even that recent of a holiday. It was created specifically for, and it's not even just African Americans. It was created for, what do they call them? God, I can't remember the term right now. It's of slavery, something of slavery. Descendants of slavery, DOS. Descendants of slavery. African black descendants of slavery. DDoS, something like that.
All right.
It was only for descendants of slavery. The blacks descendant of slavery. In other words, only the African Americans that were in the United States and they were descendants of slaves. Not just for any African American, because there's a lot of people that can claim African American that are not descendants of slaves. And that's what Kwanzaa was created for. And she's talking about Kwanzaa as if she used to celebrate it. And there's no way in her Indian, Jamaican heritage she ever celebrated.
Well, hasn't she switched back and forth about where her bloodlines are from quite a few times now?
Oh, yeah. But her bloodlines, when you find her real bloodlines, she is a Jamaican Indian. And not, I'm talking about American Indians, but I'm talking about Indians from India.
Mm-hmm.
Her father was Indian from India, and her mother was Jamaican. Or the other way around. I can't remember which. But of course, she ended up mostly dark colored. But of course, if you look at her, she passes the brown paper bag test.
Yep, she does.
She passes the brown paper bag test. So she's more white than she is black. Maybe
you should explain the brown paper bag test for those who are listening, who may listen in the future, who have no freaking clue what you're talking about.
This is going to slap me with all kinds of racist crap, but I'm good with it. The brown paper bag test is very simply something that was used in the 1960s to determine how black a person was. If they were lighter than a brown paper bag, they were considered white, not black.
Would you believe that that's actually coming back, though?
Oh, yeah, I believe it. Everything comes back.
And if you have, if you're darker or same as a brown paper bag, then you are accepted as a minority. But if you are,
if you're lighter than a brown paper, you're a white person. Yeah. No, that's what she is. She's lighter than a brown paper bag, so she should be a white person. But no, she's claiming to be a black person, but she's not actually a black person. She's Jamaican. And if you know anything about Jamaicans, while they have a lot of black and slavery in their heritage, they're not.
No, not really.
And it's really kind of funny, but they can use it, and she's playing the card. Let's hear a little bit more.
Now, it seems like an awful lot of pandering, but it's also a little confusing given her background. You know, my sister and I, we grew up celebrating Kwanzaa every year, it's quoted. Our family and our extended family, we would gather around across multiple generations and we'd tell stories and light the candles, Harris said. Take a look.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's stop right there. Do you see what's in the background there?
Isn't that a Jewish
menorah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's a Jewish thing.
That's a Jewish menorah. Okay.
Warmest wishes to everyone celebrating Kwanzaa. Like so many other holidays, we will be celebrating Kwanzaa a little differently this season in our home. We'll be doing it over Zoom.
Blah, blah, blah.
You know, my sister and I,
Virtue signaling.
grew up celebrating Kwanzaa.
What is it with Zoom?
Oh, Zoom is free. That's why.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, Zoom, I started to use Zoom before it became popular, and I looked at it and said, this thing sucks. It doesn't work. It's a pain in the ass to use, blah, 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 and I pushed it aside. And it was ready to die. Zoom was ready to die, but the problem is Zoom was free. And when the pandemic hit, and everybody was all wrapped up in it. And I was like, oh no, we all suddenly got it clipped on. We got to connect remotely, blah, blah, blah. They all moved to Zoom because it was free. And then, of course, that was when we discovered all of the security issues with Zoom. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad I removed that crap from my computers. But that's why everyone moved to Zoom, is because it was free. And they could do Zoom meetings up to half an hour, 45 minutes or something without paying for it. That's why everyone's using Zoom, because it's free.
Family, in our extended family, we would gather around across multiple generations And we tell stories. The kids would sit on the carpet. And
Hang on, I'll be right back.
All right. I guess we need music then. What do we got for music?
Glitch.
No, that's not music. All right. Let's go with the honky tonk. Yeehaw. Ride 'em, cowboy.
Thanks for that. Sorry, I just needed to go make sure that what I heard in the kitchen was being watched and taken care of.
Oh, good.
And it was. I just...
Coincidence? I think not.
Exactly.
All righty. Well, you bailed. Hey, we're back up to four viewers.
Excellent. I wonder who the fourth person is, or if it's just like always a random individual popping in and popping out.
I think it's a random individual popping in and popping out, and they just don't feel like making a comment.
So always someone new, eh?
Well, it could be. I have no idea. We've had a continuous 3 viewers almost since the start. The third one has popped out a couple times. They probably had connection issues. But we've been fairly steady with 3. But the fourth one has popped in for a little while and popped out, popped in, popped out. And, it would be really cool if they made comments for us, though, just to entertain us.
It would be bloody brilliant.
Yes. All right, let's continue on with Camel Toe Harris.
All right, this one.
Yes.
Sit in chairs, and we would light the candles, and of course afterwards have a beautiful meal. And of course there was always the discussion of the 7 principles.
Yeah.
And my favorite, I have to tell you, was always the one about self-determination. Could you talk a little bit?
Yeah.
And essentially it's about...
Well, what's interesting is the No Agenda show tore this apart beautifully.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right now.
Yeah, they tore this apart beautifully. And it was just amazing. It's like I really should have clipped that sort of stuff for this point. But let's continue.
It's about be and do. Be the person you want to be and do the things you want to do and do the things that need to be done. It's about not letting anyone write our future for us, but instead going out and writing it for ourselves.
Yes,
and
absolutely,
that
honey.
Motivates me today as we seek to confront the challenges facing our country and to build a brighter future for all Americans.
So long as you do as you're told.
Who is celebrating
absolutely.
Happy Kwanzaa from our family to yours.
Oh, you're so sweet.
So here's a question. If you don't celebrate Kwanzaa, are they still offering you season's greetings and shit?
I have no idea. Hang on, where did
And something I noticed on her candles there.
That is amazing.
There we go. There's for her performance. Yes. Oh, you're so amazing. So amazing, Camel Toe.
So if you look at her candles, there's 3 red, 3 green, and 1 black.
Yeah.
I find that very interesting because you've got the fire, the earth, and then black, which is Akasha, spirit of all.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting.
That may not be, I may be wrong, that may not be the Jewish menorahs, but it may be something for Kwanzaa. I actually know nothing about Kwanzaa. I've heard the name. I've heard the name a few times over the years, but because it's such a new invention, it hasn't made its way into my psyche the way every other religion has. This is something that it sits on the outside edge. So I don't know much about it. So, but the thing is like what she's pushing, she's saying she celebrated Kwanzaa, but there's any proof, none whatsoever, that her family ever celebrated Kwanzaa. She's just,
and no reason for her family to have ever celebrated
no reason for her family to have ever celebrated, which of course is pushing the envelope of what's the word I'm looking for? Credulity, whether it's credulity. No, that's not the word. That's the right word.
Credulity?
Yeah, I can't pronounce it right now. Could be the rum. We'll blame the rum. At least the rum's not empty. Empty. At least the rum's not empty. I really hate it when the rum's empty.
Why is the rum always gone?
Yeah, that's my favorite line in those movies. That is literally my favorite line in those movies.
That's because they're the best bloody lines in that movie.
It is. It is the best line in the movie. He's got rum. He's like, why is the rum always empty? And then, of
No,
course,
why is the rum always gone?
Yeah, why is the rum always gone? Why is the rum always gone? Because you drink it, dude.
You know, so many people I know had no idea who Johnny Depp was until those movies.
Oh, I
but
knew.
at the same,
I knew him long before then. I loved some of the stuff he'd done before them. He always played the most amazing characters.
the movie that caused me to fall in love with him as an actor was Benny and June.
Oh, I liked him in Edward Scissorhands.
Benny and June, I think, was before
Yeah,
Edward Scissorhands.
It might have been. I never paid attention. Edward Scissorhands is what got me. It's like I watched that and it's like, oh, that's just amazing. He did an amazing job in that. And then
Pretty fantastic, but check out Benny and June.
Yeah, okay, I'll have to look it up. But you ever notice throughout his entire career, he's taken on the most insane characters?
Yes.
It's like you can't pin him down to a type. It's like it's like he'd look at a script and go, yeah, that's insane enough for me. I'll take it on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Check out Benny and June. It's definitely worth the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I always liked him from way back before that. When I heard he was the one playing the pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean, I was like, oh fuck, gotta watch this.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, and then of course he just did an amazing job with all of the movies, even the last one, which was really poorly written. It was so.
I feel bad for him though, because he's kind of been typecast to that movie.
Yeah, well, ever since then he got typecast. That was what typecast him. Previous to that, they couldn't typecast him, but once he did that, he was typecast. It was really sad to see him typecast, but yeah.
It was, but I mean, also he didn't help himself when he did Alice in Wonderland, and he became the pirate again.
Yeah.
It's like he couldn't shake the pirate after that movie too.
Yeah, it was hard for him to shake it. Yeah, it was really sad.
But back to the Kwanzaa thing. I have no idea about Kwanzaa. Maybe that is a Kwanzaa thing, but it really does look like the Jewish setup.
It does. It looks like a menorah. How many candles were there? Is there 12? Because the Jewish menorah is 12.
There's 7.
Okay, so it is a Kwanzaa.
That's the difference.
Yeah, because the Jewish one is
Twitter,
12.
we're quick to slam her.
Hang on a second. Let's listen to a little bit more.
All right.
Ton of old photos of you as a child celebrating Kwanzaa with your family. Could you post a few? Thanks.
I love that. Yeah, that would be true.
Oh, did she actually post any?
I don't know. Let's listen.
Another said the funniest response I've seen so far, reacting to
I don't think so.
Kamala lie, is of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most. Well, she seems to change based on who she's talking to at any given point. In fact, it's funny she talks about celebrating Kwanzaa as a young person, but there's an image of her from the Washington Post that she provided during her campaign run of her family celebrating and waiting for Santa Claus, which, last time I checked, is not the orator of Kwanzaa. It looks like she wasn't celebrating Kwanzaa as a child, just like we found out recently, of all things, that there was another individual, prominent individual, that was said to be from Spain who actually wasn't. I won't want to get into that yet, lest fact checkers correct us on the way that we're correcting their lack of facts. Is anyone going to call out Kamala? No, they're not. Washington Post is going to write stories like how her marriage to a white man named Doug just gives us all hope in relationships. The media loves her. They love liars. They love deceivers. And most importantly, they love people who are rotten to the core and willing to do anything, even on their knees, to get ahead. Have a great rest of the week, guys, and may God bless the United States of America. I'm signing out.
Yeah, Camel Toe Harris, man. She's going to be the next president of the United States.
Well, that's only if Biden can last a couple of years.
Oh, no. It doesn't matter whether he lasts a couple of years. The biggest reason they need Biden to last at least 2 years and a day is because if he doesn't last 2 years and a day, she only gets to serve 1.5 terms as president.
Yeah.
Okay, because if he lasts less than 2 years and she becomes president, she can only run for one more term as president. But if he lasts 2 years and a day and then they can depose of him, she can do 10 years as president of the United States.
Okay, I have to ask, has the official decision been made on who the bloody hell is running the U.S. now?
No, that happens on January 6th.
6th, not 8th. Okay.
No.
For some reason, I thought it was the 8th.
No, January 6th is when the final vote tallies are counted in Congress, and they're counted by Vice President Pence. So Vice President Pence can take any vote tallies he wants from the Electoral College. And many states, which are up for dispute, sent in 2 vote tallies. One vote tally for Biden, the other vote tally for Trump. So it's going to be a shit show on January 6th. It's going to be a massive shit show, especially since Trump and many others have called for a 1 million man march into Washington, D.C. on January 6th. So it's going to be a massive shit show. And
it's going to be interesting. You know, part of me wishes I could be there as a journalist.
Oh, I would love to be there as a journalist. It would be very interesting to be there as a journalist. It'd be exciting and interesting all at the same time. I still remember the time I was a journalist in 1999 for the WTO riots in Seattle.
I remember that.
The Battle of Seattle, as it was called. I was in Seattle during that. I have photographic proof that I was there. It was just the most interesting, amazing time for me.
I remember you coming back with your eyes all red from the bloody pepper spray.
Oh yeah, the pepper spray sucked. I not pepper spray, tear gas. Sorry, it was tear gas, not pepper.
Oh, tear gas.
Tear gas. That was where I found out what tear gas actually feels like. Tear gas sucks. It sucks big time. And it doesn't matter if you're a protester or a journalist, you get tear gas the same.
Yeah.
That was interesting. That was when my eyes opened as to how the system works. Previous to that, I was a believer. I was a massive believer in the system. After that, I was like, yeah, okay. I don't believe the system anymore. And I could have gone down the road like Tim Pool, but I didn't go down his road. I came very close to going down the same road as Tim Pool for what I did. I came very close to it, but I chose a different route. But yeah,
I could see you have done that.
I was very close because I found out the truth. And when you find out the truth, once you wake up, once you take the red pill, you can never untake it. You can never go back to sleep.
No.
You can't. It's like the Matrix.
Much as sometimes you may wish you could.
As many times I wished I could take the blue pill again and go back and be plugged in back in Matrix and just live my life in bliss and ignorance. You can't do it. Once you're woken up, you cannot be unwoken, and it sucks. And
Alea asked an interesting question.
Okay.
What happens if you take half of each pill?
Fuck, I have no idea. I guess you half wake up. I have no idea. I don't think you can take half of each pill. You have to.
Okay, what happens if you take both pills at once?
Oh, your brain will explode.
Your brain will explode?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about that, or will your just brain decide to choose one or the other?
No, your brain will have to explode. It has to explode because it can't choose one or the other. You have to choose one or the other. If you try to choose them both, your brain will explode.
Well, I developed a theory that people who are in the current mainstream media, they've kind of taken one of each, and depending on whether they are at work or at home, depends on which pills take an effect.
No, they've taken one or the other. And the thing is they get glimpses. It's like, I love the Matrix for the fact that it exposed this 100%.
Oh, yeah. It's fantastic.
And it's only in the original Matrix movie that you can see it.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
2 and 3 are just shite.
Oh, 2 and 3 were just like, oh, we need to make a cool movie. It's like they had an opportunity to do something amazing, and they fucked it up. They fucked it up. They just totally fucked it up.
They blew it.
But even in the first one, you can see it in the people who are still stuck in the blue-pilled Matrix. you can see that they glimpse the reality, and they let loose a little bit of reality, but they quickly fall back into the blue pill.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the glimpses are there, and that's what the mainstream media is. They glimpse it, and they want to wake up, but they just refuse to take the red pill. They just go, oh, I'm fine. As soon as they touch it, they go, no. As soon as they touch it again, they go, no. They touch it and they go, no. You know, it's like they can't do it because they realize once they do, their life is changed forever.
So it's like a cat testing out a river.
Pretty much, yeah. It knows it can do it, but it don't want to do it. Yeah, and that's the mainstream media. But and they want their money more than they want reality.
That's another way that people are controlled is through money.
Oh, absolutely. Because money is what we need to survive in the world today.
A book that I'm listening to right now, an audiobook,
Mm-hmm.
it's Institution by Stephen King.
Mm-hmm.
It's based around this genius kid. And this genius kid, he tries to help out someone who has major debt finance. And Stephen King actually goes pretty deep into the whole debt thing and how it's really just an idea where it's imaginary money borrowed against imaginary debt, and how it's not really even real and all this stuff. And it's interesting because as much as this is a fantasy book, it still gets you thinking about particular aspects of your life.
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, the majority of life. And it's completely true.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Debt is a fake thing that keeps you at bay through a plastic knife that you think is made of sharpened steel.
Oh, debt is the most horrible thing in the planet. You know, debt is what runs our society today. Without debt, we wouldn't have our society today.
Which also brings to question the whole idea of if the whole society falls, what happens? I mean, we just keep incurring debt as countries.
We go back to bartering the moment debt falls.
Yes, but I mean, we keep accruing debt as countries so the people of the countries can have money.
It'll break the countries. The countries are going to break. The countries will break because of the debt.
And all the debt that Trudeau is currently accruing just to help out his
it will cause Canada to eventually break, and Canada will become non-existent as a country. You know, we could
explain that in more detail for me.
We could eventually revert back to what Canada was before the Europeans discovered it.
What was Canada before Europeans discovered it?
It was the First Nations owned it. They fought over it. They squabbled with their neighbors. You know, the funny thing is you hear this wonderful thing about the noble native, I guess, is the best way to term it. And in the way they tell it in not history books, but they tell it in schools and stuff now, is the natives didn't fight with each other. They didn't create any problems, but they overlook the fact, even just here on the island, okay, take the island we live on. There were 4 nations on this island, I believe. 4 nations. You had the Esquimalt Nation, you had the Cowichan tribes. I can't remember the other 2. There were 4 nations on the island, and they used to raid each other. They used to steal squaws from each other's nations. They used to go on war party raids to each other's nations, and those stories are well known amongst the natives themselves. And they're stories that I've got some recordings of, because when I was going to college, I went and interviewed First Nations people up in the Queen Charlotte's, which is now known as it's got a different name now. Can't remember what the name is.
I have no idea.
Anyway, and I used to go. I went up there. I interviewed him because I was doing this, and I watched the videos a couple of years ago, and I gave the videotapes to a friend of ours, and he showed him to some elders. I interviewed the elders, and they gave me their stories, and they're amazing stories. I've got to take the tapes down and have them turned into digital so I can bring them forward to the latest technology. But they used to raid each other, and they used to attack each other. And the Cowichan and the First Nations of Haida Gwaii, the Haida Gwaii were the most feared nation on this island. Everyone was afraid of the Haida Gwaii. They were like the most vicious ones that come down and raided and took things. And it's like people think they were all fluffy, happy, but they weren't. They were just as warlike as the Europeans. And the problem is the Europeans were more conniving and more swindly and better at telling lies and feeding booze to the Indians, because that's how we swindled all the First Nations out of their land. We fed them booze and we fucking swindled them. And that's basically
booze and tobacco.
What's that? Booze and tobacco? Well, no, not tobacco. Tobacco was native to North America. The Europeans did not know tobacco until they came to North America. Tobacco is a native plant to North America. And tobacco was not used by the Indians to smoke it on a daily basis. It was and still is a sacred plant to them. It is a sacred plant that is given to the gods. Only the gods get tobacco. They smoked it themselves, but they only smoked it in little teeny bits in their peace pipes when they were making peace between nations. And that peace only lasted short periods of time. Along with the marijuana. Between those two, man, they were fucking happy as hell.
Oh, what we call spliffs now.
Yes. They would mix tobacco and marijuana into a peace pipe. Yeah, and it was mixed in the peace pipe. It wasn't a daily thing. It was something they smoked only at certain events. I actually managed to procure sacred tobacco seeds to grow this year.
Oh, cool.
I got sacred tobacco seeds that were carried by the Cherokee Nation from the east coast of the United States to Oklahoma. I got hold of those seeds. They were delivered to me not long ago. I'm going to plant them this year. I'm going to be growing sacred tobacco. I am so ecstatic about that. I'm going to add that to my medicine bag.
That's awesome.
So where was I? I just went on a fucking tangent that lost my fucking train of thought. The train derailed.
Well, you were talking about how the actual history of the First Nations was, but it's funny because you say that everyone thinks that the natives were all like peace-loving hippie kind of deal.
Yeah.
But I remember learning in school that they took slaves of their own from the tribes that they conquered and stuff.
But you don't learn that.
Did they stop teaching that?
Yes, they stopped teaching that 10 years ago. Ask your daughters if they learned any of that when they were actually attending a regular school.
Well, Ivy did, but she had a teacher who grew up on the res.
Oh, okay. Well, the res might remember that. The res will remember all the evils that happened, including the horrible fucking schools. I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember the schools.
Did you know that the last school for
it closed in 1990 something.
96.
Yeah, I know. It was horrible. The reservation schools. I forget
crazy.
What they're called. Oh, but that's what happened, and people forget that. The Europeans we were really horrible to the First Nations. The Europeans were massively horrible to the First Nations. I do not doubt that, and I do not deny that in one iota. The difference between Canadian Europeans and the American Europeans, the Canadian Europeans used slyness and evilness and snakiness and, denying and whatever. The American Europeans, they just fucking conquered. The Americans conquered the First Nation lands. And conquered is more legitimate than what the Canadian Europeans did. The Canadian Europeans used backhanded, black, what's the words I'm looking for? I'm looking for the words, but I can't find them.
Backhanded, swindling
BS, yes. Canadian Europeans use that. Whereas the Americans were straightforward. We're just going to fucking conquer your ass. Which is the way countries have been taken over since the beginning of time. If you look at the history of the First Nations, they used to do that to each other. They would conquer each other's lands. And all of a sudden it was their lands. I mean, the best ones I have examples of is the Apaches and the Cherokees. The Apaches would conquer the Cherokees, and then the Cherokees would conquer the Apaches. You know, it went back and forth until the Europeans came and just conquered them all.
I think I know what you're looking for. You're looking for passive aggressive.
Yeah, well, the passive aggressive is a good term, but it's not the right term. It was what the Canadians did is they wrote treaties that they didn't honor, and they made promises that were not written in treaties, which of course they didn't honor. You know, the European Canadians were sneaky about taking over. They stole it, is basically what they did. They stole it in the most underhanded ways.
So the same thing that they're doing today anyway.
The same thing they're doing today. The same thing they do today. At least with the Americans, they were straightforward about it.
Yeah.
They were straightforward about it. It's like, fuck you. We're fighting you. We're going to conquer your ass. When we conquer your ass, you lose. It's ours. And that's the way. I
think that was more respected.
It's more respectable. And that's the way Europe was conquered. Mm-hmm. Because Europe was conquered not just by Europeans. Europe was conquered over and over again by multiple nations. I'm trying to think of what's his name, the Huns. The Huns conquered Europe at one time. The Vikings conquered Europe at one time. The fucking Islam conquered Europe at one time. It's like Europe has been conquered and retaken and conquered and retaken. It's like England was conquered and retaken and conquered and retaken several times. It's a fair way to do shit. Whoever's the strongest takes it over, and whoever's the strongest owns it. It's the way it works. It's the way the universe works. Hey, we're getting 7 minutes to midnight.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
I just looked at my clock and I went, fuck, it's 6 minutes midnight. Let's see if I can find something for a countdown for West Coast. And we can count ourselves down. I didn't think
that'd be cool.
I didn't think we'd actually make it this long.
Yeah, but we have rum on our side.
It's true. We have West Coast. We have West Coast rum.
Also, there's the fact that you and I have a tendency to chat for hours anyway.
Oh, that's true. I do. I would think I would know how to spell coast, but I type
COAST.
Yeah, I went CAOST. Santa Monica Pier. Let's go with Santa Monica Pier. I like Southern California.
Sure, why not? I've always wanted to see California. I know I lived there when I was 3.
You lived there. You lived there till you were 4.
Yeah, but I know that, but I don't have any clear memories of it. Just that house with the big living room windows and the smell of oranges. That's all I remember.
That was the last property we lived in. That was the property where you used to. I used to have to fucking tie you in your bedroom. We used to have to chain your bedroom shut to keep and block your window to keep you from fucking escaping. You were the most horrible child.
You had to do that to me here in Oak Bay too, man. Like I remember you had these child lock windows.
We had
these child window locks.
You just couldn't be contained. You were the most horrible child. I still remember the Mexican fruit picker who brought you back butt ass naked and goes, "Does this child belong to you?" It's like, yeah, that's mine. She escaped again. Yeah.
I actually have a clear memory of when I was like 4 years old.
Mhm.
We were living in the place in Oak Bay,
Mhm.
and you guys had this irritatingly hard to figure out lock on my bedroom window.
Oh yeah.
And I put a chair up against my bedroom door, and I finally figured out the lock to my window, and I escaped.
Yeah, you were the most irritating child. You were so hard to fucking contain. It really is. Like, it wasn't that I was over. I wasn't. If you, it was. I was worried you were going to get in trouble. It's like throughout your early childhood, you got brought. You had a fucking guardian angel watching over your ass. I swear to God.
Or a drunken horseshoe up my ass.
One of the two. It's like you got brought back to us twice, and it's like, how the hell did she fucking escape? And it's like you entered areas which no one should have survived. Seriously. You were the most irritating freaking child on the planet.
Well, I've had 2 to make up for my one childhood, so.
Oh, I know. I'm eternally happy for that because it serves you fucking right.
Yeah, and both my girls were bloody escape artists for a while, so I got it paid back in full.
Eventually you grew up and realized, I probably shouldn't run away right now. I should probably stay at home. I can run away later.
I just started leaving notes.
No, you didn't do that until you were like a teenager.
That's true.
Just wait. Your girls will do the same to you. All right, so we are watching the New Year's Eve countdown to 2021 at the Santa Monica Pier. It seemed
it's a freaking emoji.
No, it's not an emoji. It is the Ferris wheel at the Santa Monica Pier.
You didn't see the emoji smiley face?
It's the Santa Monica Pier with all its lights on it and on the Ferris wheel doing all kinds of weird shit.
It created a smiley face emoji.
Oh, I can't help that. That's not my fault.
I'm still bitching about it.
Oh, bitches!
I hate emojis. Emojis are in the freaking dictionary these days.
I've been to that pier. It's a really cool pier.
I still have yet to go on a roller coaster that I actually remember.
I like the roller coaster there. I never went on that roller coaster, but the roller coaster I really loved the most was the roller coaster in San Diego at, I can't remember what pier it was called. They tore it down about 20 years ago. But it was the most amazing roller coaster, and it was the world's largest wooden roller coaster. And now that title is claimed by Magic Mountain, but the one at the pier in San Diego, I can't remember where it was. Roller Coaster San Diego. I gotta look it up now.
I would love to go on a roller coaster at some point. I've never been on one. Not that I remember anyway.
Yeah. Let's go look this up. Because I need this information because it's something from my childhood. Belmont Park. That's what it was. Belmont Park. It was literally the world's largest wooden, truly 100% wooden roller coaster, which means it's fucking scarier than any roller coaster you go on because the whole thing fucking shakes. And it was the most amazing roller coaster. And they closed it down a few years ago. Somewhere around night, it became unsafe. It's really hard.
Well,
it's really hard to maintain a roller coaster of that size without a lot of money. And the largest one now is contained in Magic Mountain in LA, and that was the second largest. But Belmont Park, and I went on it a couple of times when I was like 10.
Oh, it's 12.
No, I've got. Oh, it is 12 o'clock. Happy New Year's.
It's 12 o'clock.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's. Oh,
what the hell is that emoji that's happening now?
That snuck on us really quick.
iPhone, schmyphone. The way I see it,
we got 23 seconds according to the New Year's countdown at Santa Monica Pier. My clock's fast.
All right, everybody, time for tech news. John, do we have tech news?
Absolutely, we have tech news. It says 23, 22, 21, 21, 20. Oh, it's New Year's.
2021.
There we go. Happy New Year's, everyone. It is 2021. We have left 2020 behind. Hooray!
Except for this is counting down still.
Oh, well, you know. What the hell? We're ahead of the curve. I've always been ahead of the curve.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, we gotta listen to
What the
this.
hell are the words to this bloody song? I don't know them.
Hang on. I gotta talk to somebody here.
Okay.
Happy birthday, honey. Oh, that's because it's 30-second delay.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't a 30-second delay on this because it's pretty cool when it's actually in live time.
And everything else, man. The pain since be forgot me all the old lang syne. Oh, I gotta find the real version of that. Play that. I love that song.
What are the words?
We're gonna bring them up. We're gonna bring it up and we're gonna play the real version of this because the version they're playing here sucks.
Yeah. It's like elevator music.
I know, that was elevate. That was the elevator version of Old Lang Syne. We need the proper version of Old Lang Syne. Lang Syne.
So, has anybody felt the death of the world and the rebirth of the new world as we enter into an alternate universe?
I crashed my fucking thing again. It's freaking out.
What we saw was fireworks.
Well, apparently you felt the death of the old one and birth of the new one.
Yeah, I freaked out my thing. Old Lang Syne. ANGSINE. No, old.
Kind of cool in my area, even though it's raining. We still have fireworks going off. I can hear them through my headphones. I've been hearing them off and on all night, but
oh yeah, I usually hear quite a few here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Usually we have crazy amounts of fireworks going from about 9 p.m. onwards around here for any bloody holiday.
Why the fuck won't it give me Old Lang Syne? It won't fucking recorrect my words for me. Let's try Google.
You're not allowed.
Old Lang Syne. Old Lang Syne. All right, here we go. We got the YouTube version from the Irish Rovers.
All right. Irish Rovers is a good band.
This is a good one. And it's not a very long song. Let's go. Come on, play. Oh, come on, not a fucking ad. And of course, now my mouse froze. Go, skip ad. Go away. There we go. Come on.
My girls are pouring juice into wine cups.
Old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness sign for old lang syne. And surely he'll be on my stop, and surely I'll be mine, and we'll take a kindness yet for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my dear. For old lang syne, we'll take a couple kindness yet for old
sun till dying, but stays between us radio, singing old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne.
There you go. There's the original. The Irish version or the Scottish version. I think that was a Scottish version. That sounded like the Scottish version to me.
What on earth does Auld Lang Syne mean?
Old friends. May we never forget old friends and old memories.
Oh.
And I trust the faith and gives a handle time, and we'll take a right guide Willie Watt for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. Cheers, old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. This should bring out your Irish accent or your Scottish accent, kid. That was the original. I found the original for the song.
Excellent.
Oh, that was amazing. I've never actually heard the whole original and had the words for me to read.
Show me the one. Safety.
Well, make sure you save that so you can send it to me.
All right, I will copy that and save it for you. Yeah, that was actually quite cool. Yeah, that what it means is, for old friends, remember old friends and remember old times. And don't forget the people that passed. Yeah.
That is actually quite a beautiful song.
It is. And it's all about, because the old year has passed, the new year has come. Do not forget the old, but remember the new.
I know it's cool, that knot around the edge, right at the end of the video there.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the infinity knot.
Yep. Well, that's the knot that the Celtics tie. The Celtics tie the infinity knot.
That's one of them. But that particular knot, that's a knot that I've been searching for my wedding rings. It's actually a very hard knot to find.
Oh, really?
It's not a love knot. It's just an eternity knot.
Oh,
and it enfolds within it the meaning of eternal friendship, love, and trust.
Oh, well, happy birthday, honey. You gotta remember, her birthday is today, Amber.
Happy birthday!
Amber says happy birthday to you, darling. Happy birthday to you. You got to forget, she's one of those New Year's babies, the one that everyone forgets. And I try to remember every New Year's to at least annoy her a little bit shortly after New Year's.
Well, she was born the best day of every freaking year because it's the perfect day of every year.
Yes. Well, keep listening to the show, honey. Amber had a great thing to say for you just now. In about 30 seconds, yes, it will come up. That's the beauty of being able to talk to you on the phone, because it comes up 30 seconds later. It's rather entertaining. I hope you're enjoying the show, and we've been having a really grand time here, and I am more than halfway through my bottle of fucking rum, so I think I might be hammered.
Yeah, you know what? I've actually reached the 3/4 mark of my bottle too. I'm not more than hammered, but I'm definitely starting to cross over that threshold of nicely
All right,
buzzed
put your
into
boy to
hammered.
bed. Have a good time, my dear. All right.
Send her my
bye.
love.
All right. You don't have to. She'll hear it in 30 seconds.
Excellent. I send you all my love.
Everything you say, she'll hear in 30 seconds.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the infinity knot. I wanna see this infinity knot you're talking about.
Yeah, it's right at the end of that video.
Yeah. I'm backing up to it.
Yeah, I gathered. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. There's actually like a name, like Josephine's Knot. That's what it's called. It's called Josephine's Knot.
Trying to figure out where they showcased it.
You actually bought me that particular knot in a ring when I was 11. And I wore that same ring until my late 20s.
I'm not seeing it.
Well, look up Josephine's Knot, then you'll see it.
Well, that is truly the best I've seen of that version of the song ever. And I didn't realize
that knot, the green knot around the edge.
I didn't realize that the Irish Rovers did that, and which I should have realized they did it because Irish, Scottish, they're really not much different.
Oh, don't say that to an Irishman or a Scotsman, man. He'll be hung.
I know, but see, the problem is I have Scottish and Irish in my bloodline, so what can I say? You know, Irish.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, it's like I probably have more Scottish than Irish, but you know, it's like the Scottish gave the Irish the bagpipes as a joke, and the Scottish still seem to think it's a valuable instrument. So, you know, that's the way it goes anyway. But the Scottish and the Irish are so close to each other. They fought in the same wars.
Oh yeah,
on the same side. Against the fucking idiotic British.
When I look at my bloodline, thanks to you and Mom, I think I have more Irish than I do Scottish.
You do. You have more Irish than Scottish because your mom was more Irish than Scottish.
Well, Mom, according to what you guys found out about her adoption, it was she's just Irish.
Yeah, she's more Irish.
As Irish as any Irishman gets, anyway.
Well, not as Irish as any Irishman gets, but she's very Irish compared to Scottish. So yes, you have more Irish than Scottish. So yeah, that's why you get drunk enough you can bring out your accent.
Well, it also explains my hips.
Yes, it explains your massive evil Irish Scottish hips. Because both Irish,
no, just Irish.
Both
the
Irish
Scotsman women, they don't get as large hips.
No,
they still fit things.
Both Irish and Scottish women get those massive hips.
No, I'm sticking behind. It's just the Irish women.
Okay, well,
the Scottish women get the hairy legs.
Fine, we'll blame it on the fucking Irish. The Irish are always a pain in the ass anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the ones that have the high tolerance for rum and potent alcohol.
The hard bar.
The hard bar, yeah. The Irish have the high tolerance for that. So do the Scottish.
Yes.
It
is such a weird combination to have a high tolerance for hard bar, but then have such a low bloody tolerance for any kind of beer.
That's the First Nations. The First Nations, man. You know the thing about Lucky Beer, right?
No.
The squaw says, I don't drink Lucky Beer no more. Every time I drink Lucky Beer, it makes my cunt hurt.
Oh. Oh, man. That's bad.
That's horrible. Yes, I know.
That's bad that there is. That's bad.
I had to do it, though. I just had to do it. First Nations have no tolerance for booze whatsoever.
No, they don't. My ex, he definitely had a lot of First Nations in him, and wow, he only needs like 2 beers. He's good.
Yeah, they have no tolerance for booze whatsoever. And beer.
Yeah, my partner right now, man, he's got a friggin' Vikings stamina for any kind of drink. He's too expensive to get drunk.
He must be part Viking then.
He is. His mom was like complete Norwegian Viking.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
Yeah,
because the Vikings have been brewing high alcohol and beer since going back to the beginning of fucking time.
Oh man, since before the Celts even figured out the time of day.
They probably figured out. They probably are the originators of fucking alcohol.
That wouldn't surprise me. And unfortunately, Sean has inherited that. Yeah. And now it's like he can have a few drinks, but he just likes the taste. Yeah. There's no effect on him. Mm-hmm. He needs an entire friggin' 40 in order to feel buzz.
Yeah, well, he's missing out on, some of the fun of life by just enjoying the buzz.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of is. We can't afford to get him even buzzed these days. So it's like, sorry, hun.
Well, I guess he can be the designated. Oh, he doesn't drive.
No,
he can be the designated driver, but I guess he doesn't drive. So too late for that.
No, there's too many idiots on the road. He doesn't trust his road rage. I wish more drivers were like that, honestly. Mm-hmm. Really?
Wow. Yeah. Wow. This is a scam.
All right. Well, we've made it past midnight. It's like, oh my God.
We have.
Fuck it, 17 minutes past midnight. How the hell did we fucking jump in time suddenly? Last time I looked...
well, 3/4 of the bottle, I think, helps.
Yeah, it's like last time I looked, it was like 11:30. And we've had people...
Last time I looked, it wasn't too much past 10, so you're doing better than me.
We've had up to 8 people show up for the show tonight. Mm-hmm. Which is kind of impressive to me. Although it's really sad that none of them wanted to troll us. I really wanted some trolls.
Me too. I mean, maybe they just didn't believe us.
Maybe they'll show up later. It'll be really cool. You know, one of the things I got to do. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about this show for a minute. Okay, let's have a meeting. I call a meeting. Okay. Meeting time. Let's see. Meeting time. Yeah, this is good for meeting time.
You will
Okay. All right, meeting is called to order. All right. Let's have a meeting.
Need a gavel.
Yeah, I don't have a gavel.
Take your shoe off and bang it on the table.
I don't have a shoe. My shoes are in the hallway. All I have is my slippers, and they don't bang very well.
Oh.
All right. Here's the thing. Okay, I got a question for you. Okay, I want to get the Rogues Tavern like this. We've been recording now for how long have we been recording? We've been recording 3 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, we've been recording for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to put this up as a podcast when we're done. Not tonight.
Obviously.
Not tonight. I'm too drunk. I'll put it up tomorrow. But I'm going to create it as a podcast on the roguestavern.com. But what I want to do is I would like to turn this into a regular show.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
Okay. And
can we drink every time?
Yeah, we can drink every time because we'll do it in the evening, late in the evening. And,
perfect.
And today is January 1st, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would like to do this show. I can't do it on Thursday nights. Thursday nights doesn't work. Okay.
Nah, it doesn't work for me either. Like I said earlier in the show, I'm homeschooling my kids.
Yeah, well, you're homeschooling your kids. Thursday nights, once we do our regular podcast, the WP plugins, that's usually the day I fucking bail the South Island and head up to my fucking oasis. Okay. And granted, the last month it's been in turmoil because it's December and wintertime. But I would like to look at Tuesday nights. Is Tuesday night a good night for you?
Tuesday?
Yeah, we're not going to have Scouts anymore. Scouts is dead.
No, really?
I'm
you
sorry.
You really think so?
we're going to remember they said that we're supposed to no longer have mask mandates and other shit on January 8th, which is Tuesday next week, I believe.
Yeah, what'd you hear?
Monday next week. I will bet you $100 that they extend it and they continue this fucking ludicrous mask mandate shit.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'll bet you. I'm not in any doubt whatsoever. They're going to extend it because everybody's in a panic. You've got the new mutant virus out there, which is now in the United States, supposedly. You know, the mutant virus that supposedly started in England, but of course it started in England because they were in the middle of the fucking Brexit and they needed to distract people from the Brexit. So they brought in the mutant virus to distract them from the Brexit. And of course, they
probably caught from minks.
Yeah, well, yeah, and they brought it to you. Oh, no, they couldn't be from minks. They killed all the fucking minks. They killed all the minks. It couldn't have come from the minks. It had to come from something.
Yeah, but in Canada, we caught it from the minks.
Well, in Canada, we could get it from the minks, but it's in the United States right now. It's in New York right now. They talked about it being in New York already. You know, it's like, and so it's in the it's in New York. So Canada's going to go, oh my God, the world's going to end. We have the new mutant virus. We can't have that. So they're going to extend it here and they're going to make our life miserable. I'm going to look at it and say, okay, I'm done with Scouts because now I have to pay for Scouts. Okay.
Oh, fuck me.
Because as of today, for my boys, I have to pay for Scouts. Okay.
Yeah.
And because it's $250 per kid, it's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's like, and I'm not going to be a leader because you're going to make me wear a fucking mask where it's pointless. So I'm not going to do it. So Tuesday nights is a good night for me because it's like, I'm sad to see it go, but I'm not going to play their silly fucking game.
Well, as a leader, just not being able to take the kids out on a proper hike or a camp is pissing me off.
Yes, I know. We've been like that since initially it was going well and we were working towards being able to do really cool shit. And then they shut us fucking down.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It's like every time that we start getting things going well, it's like some kind of little friggin' creature comes out and attacks us out of the blue.
And it's like, I'm done. I just can't, that is not a fight I'm willing to fight. It's like in life, you have to choose your battles. Which battles are worth fighting? And that's not a battle worth fighting for me. I have other battles.
Really.
I have other battles I want to fight that are worth fighting. That one is not worth fighting.
This one has too many minions guarding the damn gate.
Yeah, that too. That's the problem. So, how's Tuesday night for you?
Yeah, all right. I can do that.
Okay. So we could do this about Tuesday night. I figure around 7 or 8 o'clock. We have to set a specific time. And then we have to start the show and run the show. 8 o'clock is better for me because about 8 o'clock, the boys are settling down. I can get them to bed when I have them here. I don't have them every week, but I can.
Yeah, 8 doesn't work for me. 9 is actually better for me because it takes until 9 to get my girls actually doing things for bed.
Okay, 9 o'clock. Well, 9 o'clock would work. I could do 9 o'clock, and we could do the show for about an hour. And we'll keep it at an hour. We'll tie it to an hour.
If we can.
No. Well, I'll set a timer and I'll say an hour's up. All right, an hour and a half's up. We must shut down now. We gotta go, because we gotta keep it. But it'll be the Rogues Tavern, and it will be the tavern, the place where you gather together, and eventually we will get some trolls. Eventually we'll get we'll get some trolls. They'll make comments. They'll annoy us, and it'll make it more entertaining.
Okay.
It'll take us a little while. I figure it will take 2 or 3 months. The joy is I have a female voice, and we can promote the female because the Simps will arrive.
Yay!
The Simps will show up. We need the Simps. The Simps help promote shit better. And what I'll do, one of the things I want to do, have you ever watched Redonkulous?
Only when I'm over at your place.
Oh, okay.
Honestly.
Well, one of the things I want to do is see Redonkulous. I really like him. Okay, one of the reasons I like him is he went through the same thing I went through with your mother.
Yes, I remember you talking about that.
Okay, and his daughters are just approaching 18 to 19. Okay, so he's just reaching the point where he spent years doing the same thing for his daughters that I did for you.
Mm-hmm.
Protecting all the information that showcases their mother.
Yeah.
And he will be presenting that to them soon. And what I want to do is I want to reach out to him with a show that I'm doing with you and tell him this is what you can look forward to when your daughter's age.
Oh, that's cool.
Because
I am totally behind that.
I've sent him an email once before telling him about what I went through, which was so similar to what he went through. Not precisely, but similar. So to give him hope. And, he's never, but I would love to do that for him and say, this is what happens when you've made the connection with your daughter and her brain actually develops.
Yeah, at about 25.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, I want to give him hope because sometimes I listen to his shows even now, and you can hear it in his voice. He doesn't have high hopes for his daughters. And I'm like, nobody, hang in there. Your daughters.
Fair enough. You didn't have much hope for me at that age.
I didn't. I just like, oh, God, will she ever? And then one day it's like, oh, my God. It reached her. It took a while, but it reached her. And I want him to know that he's going to have that massive connection with his daughters that he missed when they were younger, which isn't that much of a miss, but it's still, you will have a more amazing connection when they're older and they understand than you could have had when they were younger. And I want him to know that. So
at least so long as his daughters don't completely take after their mother.
No, his daughters don't. Just the little things. He's exposed a few things they've done for him, which tells me they don't take after their mother. He's gotten enough into them, but they're not fully yet. It's like I seen it in you. It's like I knew you didn't take fully after your mother, but I knew you weren't fully there. And I just had to keep reaching and reaching. And I need him to know that he's going to get that from his daughters. He's got
That'd be pretty cool if we could have him as a bloody guest.
I would love to have him as a bloody guest sometime. And I will reach out to him and try to get him to come on. And he'll probably do it because he's that crazy. And he'll join us in the menagerie of rum.
Excellent.
Although he doesn't drink rum. What I need to do is I need to give him a donation big enough and say, you must buy bamboo rum. Because he'll buy, when you give him a donation and you tell him what booze to buy, he'll buy that booze.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh,
maybe that's something you should make a regular on here too. If anyone gives a big enough donation, you'll buy their freaking booze.
Yeah, I'll buy whatever booze they tell me to buy. And I'll drink it. But it's really funny. Because it's like he's been an inspiration to me for the last 3 years. And as I looked at it and said, I need to help him because I've watched his stuff and his story for long enough to realize when I first found his stuff, his daughters were like 11, 12 years old, and now they're reaching 18.
Oh, you've been following this fella for a while.
Oh yeah, he's been interesting to follow. He's been an interesting fellow to follow throughout his growth of his YouTube channel and his growth of his relationship with his daughters. And I think I sent him an email about 6 months ago telling him my story and whatnot. And he sent me back an email. We went back and forth for a couple of emails. So it's not like he doesn't know who I am. Because I told him my story and something that he can look forward to. And he was like, he was hopeful. So it's like, it's really cool. And I look forward to trying to drag him into the show. But I wanted to see how you thought about doing a show and letting him know during the show that it was a show focused towards him and that I could direct emails to him to come check out a show that was dedicated to redonkulous and what he could expect from his daughters as they aged.
Oh, I think that's bloody brilliant. You know, so long as mom doesn't get wind of this particular channel of yours.
Your mom gets wind of it. It'll be fucking entertaining as hell. She might actually
No,
check.
won't. She doesn't have the ability to like clog up your number and your email and everything you own with the constant messages.
Yeah, well, you know.
Also, my mother doesn't just have my number and email. She also has my daughter's number and email.
She has my number too. She just doesn't contact me anymore.
She
my
has
number.
Your number. I don't think she has your email as well. And
it's not like
my
she can't.
daughter's number and email too.
It's
so
not like
she doesn't get wind of this particular channel of yours. I'm totally down for it.
Oh, she'll get wind of it.
Oh, even just saying that last little bit, I'm feeling kind of uneasy. I've definitely had enough rum.
She'll get wind of it. You know your mother. Your mother's like a fucking irritating bloodhound sometimes.
No, only if she thinks you're going to win the lottery.
Oh, well, okay.
Whoops.
But
I've definitely had too much rum.
Your mother will get wind of this, and she will annoy people. And she has not only my number, but if she has half a brain, she remembers my first name and last name. She can find my email, unless she's that stupid. And I don't think she's that stupid.
No, but she only knows about your WP plugins because I told her about it.
But she can look up johnoverall.com. Once you find johnoverall.com, everything about me is exposed.
Yeah, but she doesn't look for that. She just looks for...
She's really dumb.
She just looks for the... I only told her I'm part of the WP plugins. And she doesn't even listen to all those shows, so...
Oh, that's good. But from WP plugins, she can send me emails from there.
Yes, but I'm talking about this channel.
Well, this channel here is a whole nother fucking thing. She may or may not figure it out. I wouldn't worry about what your mother figures out. She'll just clog up your fucking text messages. What the hell are you doing, child? How dare you?
Oh, I wish it was only that bad.
Yeah, well, you know, what can I say? I'm so glad I don't have to deal with your mother, but that's why she divorced me 20 some years ago.
Yeah, I hate you a little bit right now. I can't divorce my mother.
I know. Your mother's your mother. You have to live with your mother. It's not my problem.
Exactly.
But your mother was stupid enough to leave me. Oh my God, it's been almost 30 years.
Not quite.
It was
it was
1996 when she did that. It was 1996.
Yes, right after the bloody blizzard.
And the divorce happened in 2000.
Really? It took that long?
Well, she needed to marry someone else. I really couldn't care less. I never would have filed for divorce because I couldn't give two fucks about it. And eventually she wanted to marry somebody else and asked for a divorce. I said, well, you'll have to file for it. So fill your boots. And,
see, because of what happened between you two, it's probably part of the reason why I still haven't had my marriage.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. And a few months later, I got paperwork in the mail that said I was divorced. And I said, hallelujah. You know, it's like my second marriage. My second marriage was the same thing. It's like we separated and it's like, yeah, you want a divorce? You file for it. She eventually filed for it and now I'm divorced again. So it's like, I really couldn't care two fucks about the divorce part about it. It's like I married because I was in love and I was happy to work through it. Separated and it's like, okay, I'm done. Whatever. You want a divorce? You want to do something else with your life? Well, you file for the fucking paperwork. I can't be bothered with doing all the fucking paperwork. So I'm good for it. Now I have 2 sets of divorce papers.
Huh. What does that feel like?
It feels like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I kind of expected that answer.
It's like, it's divorce, you know, it's women who thought the grass was greener on the other side and didn't realize that if they'd watered the grass on their side of the fence, it would have been so much better than if they jumped the fence to go to the grass, the greener on the other side.
You know, Mom actually said something very wise to me
Oh,
not
really?
too long
What'd
ago.
she say?
It always seems that the grass is greener on the other side, but the truth of the matter is that you just need to pull out the few weeds that are that's in your own lawn, and suddenly your grass looks beautiful.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. And that
Mom
happened.
actually said that to me. I was really impressed.
Well, maybe she's growing up finally after 50 fucking years.
Maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it, but maybe. But the point is like, you know, both divorces is both women that thought the grass was greener on the other side. And what they might not have realized is if they'd watered the grass on their side of the fence or pulled the weeds up on their on their side of the fence, it might have been pretty green grass.
You know, when I was like 24, 25, I came up with a saying that I really, really love.
Oh, what's that?
Shit happens, then it rains, then your garden grows.
Oh, yeah.
Because you need the manure to make your garden healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I love that saying because it's just so encompassing of everything.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Bitch on a shadow of a doubt on that one. I think I might be fucking drunk now.
I think so. You're starting to talk like you're a wee bit drunk.
It took a lot of fucking rum to get me here.
Yeah, me too. At least 3/4 of the bottle. I feel kind of bad because I was supposed to share this with Sean.
Oh, well, sucks to be him.
I think he fell asleep.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not sure.
He's losing out on the true entertainment that we're at right now.
Yes, this is a true entertainment when we're actually not sober anymore.
Oh yeah, this is where it gets really fun and entertaining. Yeah, truly not sober.
And I doubt that anybody listening will actually pay attention all the way to here. I mean, after all, we're back down to 2, which I'm pretty sure is just Sean and I.
Yes, that is. It is just Sean and you. There's nobody else. There's nobody else listening. There may be other people that follow in here at this point and do this, but I have to go pee. So I've got to play some music right now. And I'm going to play some Christmas music again.
It's
like Christmas, it's New Year's.
Like COVID Christmas. Everywhere you go, take a look at the big box store. It's opening once more, while restaurants and bars are told no. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Ploys to stay indoors, but the giddiest sight to see is the media will be broadcasting fear porn. Slaves that are mutinous, servants that shoot are the wishes of Tony and Bill. They will use science to ensure compliance till all of our veins have been filled. And they'll take it live on TV just to prove that it won't kill. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Everywhere you go, empty chairs and empty tables. People who just weren't able to wear a mask wherever they did go. It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Soon Freedom Pass will start. But the thing that'll make you free is the mRNA vaccine plunged into your arm.
Well, none of the vaccines at this point appear like they'll work with a single dose. You know, the side effects were not super severe. That is, it didn't cause permanent health problems.
Are these vaccines safe?
No.
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where, you know, it's just, you know, super painful. But
it's beginning to look like COVID Christmas. Soon Freedom Pass will start. But the thing that'll make you free is that mRNA vaccine plunged into
your arm.
It's COVID Christmas.
You know, you can't sugarcoat it anymore. It's all about human life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't trust China. China is asshole. Don't trust China.
China is asshole. Uh-oh. Something happened. You still there?
Sorta, yes.
Oh,
sort
okay.
of, no. Apparently, everyone in my family is actually still awake, and they all want to talk to me all of a sudden because I left for a moment.
Oh.
So if you have another song, if you want to put it on, maybe, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
Just a moment.
Let's see what I've got here. Something else more entertaining. Let's go to Days of Thunder.
These are the days of
Thunder.
thunder.
We want to make time stand still.
A quarter after midnight, and I'm watching the wall.
It's 40 after midnight.
Sometimes I feel so uptight, I just can't sleep at all. Every day doing the same old thing, we're losing time. The weekend comes, we gotta have some fun and rewind. These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger hanging over the edge.
I don't think my children are ever going to sleep again.
Oh, well, I can't help you with your children.
I don't know what to do. They're nocturnal and they won't sleep.
Sell them. Why are you still in?
Some lightning. Friday's almost here.
Friday's here, actually.
Technically speaking, yes, it's here.
Where is it said you have to
be half dead to survive?
These are the days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We're gonna feel the hunger hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill.
I gotta learn the words to this song, man. This one is really good.
I really like the lyrics, and I know the lyrics every time I'm listening to it, but when I try to sing it, I completely lose the lyrics again.
Days of thunder. We gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the thunder hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill. Days of thunder. We're gonna make time stand still. We gotta feel the hunger hanging over the edge just to hang. I love that one line, hanging over the edge just to taste the thrill.
That's part of what I love about this song too.
Yeah. Because it encompasses the whole song. Because if you've ever stood on the edge of a cliff and hung over the edge, you suddenly get this massive adrenaline rush just looking over the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, I get that adrenaline rush when I'm 3 feet away from the edge. I don't like height.
And that's what this song totally encompasses. It encompasses being alive and being in the moment. Living the moment. That's what this song encompasses.
Which is why I like this song so bloody much, because there's so many things that encompass that.
Yeah, and I'm so glad I got it, considering that the song has vanished from where I got it from.
Definitely.
Yeah, and so because I got it when I got it, I have a license to use it anywhere I want.
Which is beautiful.
Yeah. I can use it continuously, and I intend to. That is the theme song for the Rogues Tavern.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, whereas we got the Doing Time is the theme song for WP plugins. Days of Thunder is the theme song for the Rogues Tavern, and I'm going to learn all the words of this one as well as I've learned the words for Doing Time.
Hey, you still have to send me a link to that song or something so I can learn it on my own.
I am going to copy it onto a flash drive for you, so you can then take it home, copy it to your computer, and then put it on your phone. I have copied all. What's funny is I took some time during the holiday season, and I copied every one of my country music songs to my iPhone. So my iPhone now has all my music, all my country music, because you can dump all your music onto your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have an MP3 of it, you can dump it to your phone. And this I have both in WAV form and MP3. But this is such an amazing song, and what's funny is it's an unknown artist.
I wish I knew who the bloody artist was.
It's like I don't know who the artist is, and it's an unknown artist, and it's such an amazing song. And you listen to it, and you would think it should be a pop artist, just because of the way the song flows, the music, everything about it is just amazing. It's just an amazing song.
I've got the song stuck in my head. That's what I'm thinking about mainly right now.
Well, and my second favorite is this one.
If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today, I got bad news for the angels. I am not the man they might think I am. I get drunk just because I can. I get loud and I get crazy. Most women call me lazy. I'm not the kind that they would understand. Ladies say I'm the king of one night stands. They get mad when I kiss and tell. No, I do not like to dance. Don't cuddle up a new romance. Most times I just like to be by myself. If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today, I got bad news for the angels. I know me and Jesus are cool, and we will howl at the moon when I've had a little too much to drink. I can better express myself
from the spirits on that tell shelf,
and I don't care what anybody thinks. I probably am a selfish guy, and I don't care why you cry. You better not let my news should get wet. No, I do not want your number, don't want to meet your mother. Why can't we just hang out with no regrets? If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today, I got bad news for the angels. Some bad news for the angels. I'm bad news for the angels.
That is such a cool song. That is the ultimate in bachelor songs.
Well, I am officially onto straight Coca-Cola.
Oh, well.
No more booze for me, because if I have any more booze, I'm going to be
same to be
beyond drunk.
I'm still working on my booze. But
yeah, well, you probably drank it a wee bit slower than me. I've always drank
not
a little
really.
faster than you.
I am mostly through this bottle of 12-year-old rum, so I don't think so.
Okay, we drank it about the same rate then.
I'm good. That is the ultimate in bachelor songs. If you listen to the words of that song, that is a bachelor song.
Yeah, I don't understand how it's a bachelor song. Explain this to me, because so far as I can tell, he's singing about like essentially finding the love of his life.
No,
is essentially what he's singing about.
He's not singing about finding the love of his life.
Then what is he singing about?
He's singing about loving his life. He's singing about, women show up. It's like, yeah, you're not that important in my life. Think of the words, if Jesus takes me away, they're going to be regret taking me away. It's like, I'd rather be single. I can't remember the precise words now. But
okay, finding a love of your life doesn't mean finding a partner.
No,
finding a love of your life.
But
can
the
be
love
anything.
of the love of your life could be loving yourself.
Yeah, of course it can.
Okay.
But a love of your life doesn't necessarily mean bachelor. It just means that you are finding yourself.
Let's listen to that again. Okay, let's listen to that one more time. Okay.
What? Okay.
Listen to it carefully. And where the fuck did it go?
Yes, Father dear.
Bad news. Okay, listen to it, and I'll stop it in a couple of spots along the way, just because. I wish I could pause it.
If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today,
I've got bad news for the angels.
I am not the man they might think I am. I get drunk just because I can.
Think about that.
I get loud and I get crazy. Most women think me lazy. I'm not the kind that they would understand.
Did you hear that part? Not the kind they can understand.
Okay.
Okay, they can't understand, and then it goes on to the part. It goes on to the part where I have more spirit with the spirits on the top shelf.
Okay, so then I was incorrect. He's singing about being a drunk who has no ability to interact with other people?
No, he's not singing about being a drunk one that has no ability to interact with other people. He's singing about someone who's like, fuck this. I don't give a shit. I get drunk because I can. And those spirits on the top shelf, I can interact better than I can with Jesus. And
okay, that definitely sounds like a drunkard song more than any other kind of song.
Let's listen to that. Let's fast forward. Why aren't you playing? Play.
Because it hates me.
No, it hates me.
This is a new theory I have. I'm 33, so everything is just going wrong around me this year.
Yeah. I wish I could fast forward these.
If Jesus takes me far away, if he gives me a halo, if Jesus calls for me today,
I've got bad news for the angels.
I am not the man they might think I am.
I get drunk just because I can.
I get loud and
I get crazy. Most women call me lazy. I'm not the man that they would understand. Think about that. Of one night stands.
They get mad
just like kiss and tell. Think about that.
No, I do
Not like to dance. I'd rather love a bedroom romance. Most times I just like to be by myself. Think about that.
If Jesus takes me
Far away.
if he
Gives me a halo.
if Jesus
Calls for me today. I got bad news for the angels.
I know me and Jesus are cool, and we will
Howl at them. That means me and Jesus get out there and howl.
too much to drink.
Jesus drinks too.
I can better
Express myself with spirits on that top shelf. That means the top booze.
what
Everybody says.
I probably am a selfish
God, I don't care why you cry.
You should get wet. No, I do not want your number.
I don't want your number.
Why can't we just hang out with no regrets?
Hang out with no regrets. Sex.
If Jesus takes me far
Away.
if he
Gives
gives
me a halo.
if Jesus
Calls for me today. Got bad news for the angels. I'm not an angel. For the angels. I'm not an angel. Bad news for the angels. So did you catch it all that time with my comments?
Yeah, okay, so I definitely was mishearing some of it before, which isn't surprising for me, considering I don't understand most music the first million times I listen to it.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's a really irritating issue I have. I can't understand most songs when I'm listening
You
to
gotta
it.
listen to them over and over again. I have the same problem.
Yes.
This one,
It's weird.
The thing is when I listen to country music, I can actually hear all the words. And I think it's because of the Southern slang into it. I can hear Southern talk beautifully. Give me rock and roll, I can't hear it. But give me country, I can hear it beautifully.
See, that's a weird thing for me to think about because it doesn't matter what accent. Maybe it's because I couldn't hear accents until I was like in my late 20s. But for me, the only music that has any real message to me is classical.
Oh, wow.
Classical has more meaning to me than any other music with words in it because classical actually puts images in my mind where regular music just it sounds like a la blah 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 to me most of the time until I really listen to it and focus 150% on it. But okay, so this time I actually heard a lot of what he said. And it sounds to me more like a song about a fella who is a drunk.
No.
And who doesn't really give a shit.
No, he's not a drunk. He's a bachelor.
He's talking about the top shelf spirits.
Well, yeah, he's talking about top shelf spirits, but he's not talking about being drunk. He's
saying that he can't express himself spiritually unless he has a drink.
He's not saying he can't express himself spiritually unless he has a drink. He's saying that he expresses himself better when he has spirits from the top shelf. What this is...
Okay, that makes more sense.
What this is this is the ultimate bachelor song. Because if you listen to this song, it is the ultimate in bachelor songs. It is the ultimate of men who have said, yeah, I'm tired of the fucking idiot women of today. And
I think I need to stop myself and just recognize that the child in me simply wants to argue.
Well, I'm ready to argue with you. I'm ready to argue with you all the way down the fucking line. I mean,
I think I just want to argue with you because I don't want you to be right.
Well, you never wanted me to be right. You're my fucking daughter.
Exactly.
Well, but the thing is it is an amazing, if you listen to it enough, you start to hear what he's talking about. It is the bachelor song of the man who has had enough of the idiotic women in his life. And he's like, yeah, to hell with it. I'll take the blowjob and the booze and move on with my life. Because the women of today are just not worth my fucking time and effort. And
not the truth.
And I thoroughly comprehend and understand that. It is truly an amazing song in that aspect. And the fact that he brings Jesus into it, which makes it even more complex. And it's just funny because how he brings Jesus into it and makes it sound like a Christian kind of song and a drunkard song, but it's not really. He brings Jesus in to confuse the situation and confuse what people are hearing.
So essentially to make it a well-behaved song.
Yeah, it makes it well-behaved. It makes it well-behaved, but when you look at the underlying thing, it's a guy that has been screwed over by women, and he's like, yeah, I'm fucking done with them bitches, and I'm ready to just fucking enjoy my life and live out the rest of my life in enjoyment.
You know what? If I think about from the aspect of after the last woman I dated, I can completely relate, and I fully accept it. I just have to squash that childish part of me that simply wants to argue with you for the sake of arguing.
Well, you got to argue because for the sake of argument. Now, I just enjoy the song, and it's really quite fun. And a lot of people may look at it as a downtrodden man who has given up on hope, and he's a drunkard, and he needs Jesus to save him.
The funny thing is, every time I've listened to it, even when I thought he was like shooting the shit about finding his one true love and everything, I haven't seen it as a downer song or about someone who's given up hope at any point in time, even when I was misunderstanding half the words. Every single time that I've listened to it, even when the words have completely changed every time, which is my own issue, that I haven't seen it as like a downer or a given up hope song. I've seen it as the world, you can just F off and I'm going to do my own damn thing kind of song.
Yeah, well, that can work. What's funny is a lot of people think of country music as the wrong thing and they don't listen to the words. Country music has amazing messages in it. You just got to listen.
It does.
You just got to listen for them.
Well, there's a fair portion of modern day country music, just like there's a fair portion of modern day rock, so-called rock music. That's just shite.
You gotta find the right music, and I'm finding the right country music, the stuff that actually gives good messages.
Yes,
you just gotta
and
listen
what's
for
really interesting is how similar rock and country actually are.
Oh yeah, they're the same thing. The difference is
so many people I've spoken to over the past few years, they're just like, no, country and rock, they're totally different.
No, they're not. They're not different. They're different in tempo.
Mm-hmm.
The tempo is different, but the message is the same.
Also, the tunes are generally the same. Like if you took that last song you played and you speed up and put a bit more heart into the words, it's the exact same.
Oh, it's the exact same. Yeah, well, see,
you could like interchange it with Iron Maiden.
It's been like that since I was 17. What's funny, when I was 17, I used to annoy my friends because they'd get in my truck. And what's funny is I had a truck when I was 17, and I had a gun rack in the back, and I used to keep my 30-06 and my 22 in the gun rack. And I also had a CB radio in my truck at the time. But my buddies would get into it, and they would be subjugated to country music, and they would be horribly offended by my country music. But yet when they played their I didn't want to say Iron Maiden came along a couple of years later, but Blue Oyster Cult, when they played their Blue Oyster Cult, I love their Blue Oyster Cult, but I made them listen to my country music, and they
Fair
horribly offended by my country music. And it's like, oh, suck it up, Buttercup. But I was a country boy when I was 17. And I stayed a country boy till I was about 20. And then I shifted to hardcore rock. I attended Iron Maiden concert. I went to Iron Maiden in concert just to piss you off. Iron Maiden, Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister opened for Iron Maiden at the concert I went to.
That's bloody fantastic.
Oh, it was the most amazing concert I went to. Aside from, I went to the Grace Under Pressure concert for Rush. I was at the Grace Under Pressure. I can't remember who opened for them. All I remember.
You know what's sad? I am 33 and I have yet to be to a single concert of any freaking kind.
But they're not the same. They're not.
It doesn't matter. I have yet to meet another person my age who hasn't been to some sort of concert, whether high school or actual.
I went to a concert with my ex. Who was it? Was it Green Day? I went to Green Day.
You went to Green Day?
Yes, I went to Green Day. It was a cool concert. I must admit it was a cool concert, though I wasn't down.
That's because Green Day is awesome.
I wasn't down on the floor, which
just so everyone knows, Green Day is my favorite band.
Oh well, that was a cool concert. Just so you know, they gave us. I've got the wristband from my concert, and it was a wristband, and what you had to do was you held it up, and they had I can't remember what they had, but they made the wristbands glow and change colors to the music.
Oh, that would have been fantastic on acid.
Oh, I didn't do acid. I should have done acid. I was only drunk. Acid.
Oh, you should have done acid and drink. Oh, fantastic
acid
mixture.
would have been much cooler. But I went to Green Day with my ex, and that was the last concert I attended. But it wasn't the same as the concert I attended in the 80s.
What's the difference? A concert is a concert. You listen to the band play, you experience it.
How the hell did I do that?
Magic?
Magic, pretty much. Concert is not a concert, okay? The concerts of the 80s had this magical thing they called general admission. The concert I went to, when did we go to that concert? I went to that concert in 2000, I think it was 2010. Okay. In the 80s, they had what was called general admission for the concert. And what happened was you were admitted to what was called the floor. And you had the opportunity to stand back of the floor or to work your way all the way to the front of the stage. You were within 3 feet of the stage. The problem was you couldn't stay there very long because it was so hot. You were being crushed by the crowd. You had to eventually evacuate the front of the stage. In 2010, everyone had assigned seats. You weren't allowed to go anywhere else. So it wasn't the same feeling. If I'd never attended a concert in the 80s or the 90s, I wouldn't have known the difference. But because I attended a concert of the 80s and the 90s, I knew the difference. So I knew there was a feeling that was missing. It was the energy. It was the energy of the people. The people give it energy that is unmatched. There's not a matching of the energy of the 80s and the 90s compared to the concerts that occurred in the 2000s where everybody's assigned a seat and they're not allowed to change it.
Okay, I understand that.
That's the difference between the concerts I attended in the 80s and the concerts I attended. I think I attended 2 concerts in the 2000s. I mean, the closest I came to the concerts of the 80s was when I was in college. I was a photographer for the student newspaper, and I got to go to all the shows that were at the college campus. I got to see Spirit of the West, and I will never forget Spirit of the West when they played at UVic, and they played at Felicitas Bar. That's what it was, Felicitas. And I got to see them when they played. I got to see, what's her name? Oh God, her name escapes me. Anyway, it'll come to me. Anyway, I got Spirit of the West. I got to see them at Felicitas, where there was no guards preventing people from approaching the stage or anything else. I got to see them raw.
Wait, there's guards that prevent you from approaching the stage at concerts?
Yes. That happened in the 80s too. If you got too close to the stage, the guards would grab you, throw you to the side, and you get tossed to the back of the pack. It actually happened to me when I went and watched Rush. When I went to the Rush concert. I got to see Rush and Grace Under Pressure tour. It was the most amazing concert. Neil Peart, when he's drumming, he's dead now, but when he was drumming, when he did the drumming, and it was like his drumming is the most amazing drumming ever. There's never been a better drummer than Neil Peart. I'll argue that with anyone, even my buddy who hates Rush for some reason.
Is Neil Peart the fella who lost one of his arms in a crash or something and then continued drumming?
No, that was I can't remember the band that drummer was in.
I can't remember either, but I know about the story of a drummer who did that because of Sean, and he's really good at remembering band names and names of people and stuff.
I only remember the ones that really made an impression on my life. And Rush made an impression on my life, and so
apparently Rush made an impression on Sean's life too. So
and so did Neil,
that's why I thought they're connected.
And so does Spirit of the West. And Spirit of the West was such an amazing band. I've got photos of Spirit of the West, and God, her name almost came to me. I've got photos of Spirit of the West before they were a major name. Black and white, amazing black and white photos of Spirit of the West, because I was a photographer for the college paper when they came to to UVic.
Nice.
And they played, and because I was a photographer, I got to get right up to the stage and take the most amazing photos. Her name
Hey, random question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I sound any different to you?
Yes, you sound a little more Irish.
No, I mean like the sound quality, because a little black piece just flew out of somewhere and onto my desk, and I can't see where it might have come from on my headset. Both the kids are not here. My partner's not here.
Couldn't tell you.
It's just a little black piece that flew out of nowhere onto my desk.
Couldn't tell you.
So I just wanted to see if the sound quality sounds different, if maybe my headset is breaking.
Sound quality is the same, man. Let me see here.
Okay.
See the audio file, and no, the audio file is the same, so you're good.
Okay, so it's just a random, almost Lego, but not quite looking piece that flew out of the abyss?
Could be. Who knows?
The Fae are screwing with me?
Could be. Could be Fae are screwing with me.
I could see that. I mean, we didn't leave out totally fresh fruit. It was frozen this last time, so.
God, her name is almost on the tip of my tongue. She's one of the most amazing singers from 20...
Why don't you just look it up? You have an internet in front of you.
That doesn't help me. I can't think of who she is.
You said she's from Spirit of the West, right?
No, she's not from Spirit of the West. It's...
Okay.
For some reason, it begins with an N, but that doesn't help me. She's not Spirit of the West. She's an individual singer. She's an amazing singer. I actually interviewed her. I actually did an interview with her.
What year?
in 2001 or 2002.
Okay.
It's like I interviewed because I was at the student newspaper. I got to interview some amazing artists during that time. You know, Buble? What's his name? Buble?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Buble. What's his name? Buble. Come on, kick me up something, people, or on YouTube or fucking whatever here. He's a singer who originated here from Victoria, and he made it big. I mean, he made it massive big. And what was funny was City View magazine, my arts and entertainment publishing magazine, he was a nobody. He was a nobody when they sent us his CDs and begged us to review his CDs. And we went, yeah, okay. And I listened to his CDs and oh, he's actually pretty good. I like him. And I interviewed him. And then about 10 years later, he made it massive on the world stage.
Nice.
So I interviewed him when he was a fucking nobody.
That's cool.
Biff Naked. That's her name. Biff Naked.
Biff Naked. Okay, I know that name.
I interviewed her, and I got amazing photos of Biff Naked when she was at UVic. And that was before she made it massively big.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it's like, and she was much hotter before she made it big. After she made it big, fucking, I don't know what happened to her, but she fell into a fucking toilet.
Collagen lips, for one.
Yeah. Michael Bublé. Michael Bublé.
Huh.
Michael Bublé. He's from Victoria originally, but I interviewed him and I reviewed his CDs in City View magazine, and I gave him an unfortunate, very poor review because I thought his shit sucked. They didn't like us after that, but it was
fair enough.
It was really quite funny, but because that was from 2000 to 2002, and I got to talk to a lot of really interesting musicians and artists and do some amazing stuff. But Spirit of the West is my favorite. Spirit of the West, I loved them from the moment I saw them, because you know, and especially their one tune. What was their one tune? Spirit of the West is their one tune, Drinking in a Bar. Here, let's go hunt down Spirit of the West. I gotta fix my fucking, for some reason my Firefox has fucked me again. It doesn't like all this shit going on.
It loves you. It just doesn't know how to show it properly.
Yes, that's it. We'll go with that.
Well, it's the easiest one to go with.
Yeah. It's not shutting down. Shut down so I can reboot you and hunt up Spirit of the West.
It has to figure out how to shut down now.
Yeah, well, the beautiful thing is that our live stream is still working well, even when I shut down Firefox and just come back to all the other crap here. Yeah.
Oh, bloody hell, it's 1:20 in the morning. Well, yes, 1:19 technically speaking.
We've met. Well, what happened was we got drunk, and once we got thoroughly drunk, we got on to fucking subjects, and we just keep going.
Yeah, we do. It happens every time that we drink together.
I know, it happens every time because we get rambling. It's like in the beginning, it's rather like, what do you talk about? Oh, the trees, the brush, you know.
You know what I discovered?
What's that?
I discovered I'm better at chess when I have a few drinks in me.
Oh, that's scary. You shouldn't be better at chess when you have a few drinks in you.
I think I might have figured out the secret to my life. I overthink absolutely everything, and my overthinking causes me to make mistakes.
Where the fuck's my mouse? I lost.
I mean, I'm also better at pool when I'm drinking, and I had this confirmed by a few people, so I know it's not just my drunken imagination.
Yeah.
The more I drink, the better I'm at pool.
Yeah.
And I've had my chess game confirmed by a couple people as well. If I have a couple of drinks and no more than a couple of drinks, I'm better at chess. I think my biggest problem in life is I overthink absolutely everything.
Well, that could be. There we go. Fucking killed the Firefox. Fucking stupid thing.
Wow, that took a while to die.
Well, I had to actually go manually kill the fucking thing.
Oh, jeez, one of those.
Yeah, well, Firefox is... I find that Firefox, if you got too much shit running, it freaks out for some reason.
I haven't had that problem yet.
Well, that's because I run too much shit all at the same time.
Like I said, I haven't had the problem yet.
Yeah. Go away.
Yes, I'm sure I'll have it very soon.
There we go. All right, let's try this again. Let's try reloading Firefox and bringing up the things I need to bring up. And then we can go... What was I hunting up?
I don't know. What were you hunting up?
I was hunting up something important.
How important?
I don't know. I have to listen back 5 minutes ago to see how important it was.
I can't bloody well remember that far ago. That long ago, whatever.
What good are you, child?
Ugh, none at this point.
Obviously, you're not any good at anything at this point. I was hunting up
that coffee
something.
Is bubbling.
It had to do with what I was talking about.
Biff Naked?
Biff Naked. No.
Or Spirit of the West?
Spirit of the West. I was going to go look up Spirit of the West. Most prominent.
Oh, I remembered something? Cool.
Yes, Spirit of the West. It was this song, Spirit of the West. Okay, so we're going to go look up Spirit of the West. We'll see how long we can get away with it.
What do you mean, see how long we can get away with it?
Home for Rest. That's what it is. It's Home for the West. Home for Rest. This is their most amazing song that they played at UVic. Okay. Let's bring this up into where you can watch it. All right, here it is. This is the most amazing song they ever played. Wow, it's been viewed 1,700,000 times. Sorry.
Why?
Because I just saw a warning pop up in my YouTube stream that says, "Heads up, we've detected copyright audio and video in your stream. Your stream,
oh, bloody hell,
your
really?
stream may be terminated." I've never seen that before.
Wow, they work fast these days, eh?
They do. They do. They work very, very fast. All right, I've stopped it. That's a shame. That is one of my favorite songs ever. Let's see if we continue our stream or if they kill our stream. YouTube might kill it. YouTube might kill the stream.
Well, if they kill the stream, at least we went out with style.
Yes, at least I went out with style. Your stream may be terminated. That's a new one for me.
You know, something interesting. I've noticed as I get older, more red pops up in my hair.
What's that?
As I get older, more red pops up in my hair.
In your hair. Oh, the message went away. Now suddenly my stream is in excellent condition.
Oh, that's good.
All right, so we managed to play 3 minutes and 4 seconds of that, which means I'll get a copyright claim, which not is the same as a copyright strike, which I'm good with. I don't care if they claim it and they gather ads or money off of our stream. I don't give a fuck. I just wanted to. I wanted. It's a shame we couldn't play the whole song out. I would have liked to play the whole song out.
Oh, I love that song. I knew the name. I just couldn't place what song I knew it because of. That song is fantastic.
That is Spirit of the West, and they played 2 or 3 times at UVic when I was going to college. That was back when that was back when they were relatively unknown. You know they're unknown when they're playing colleges.
Yeah.
You know, and all of a sudden about the year I graduated, they suddenly became popular, and now they're playing the big things, and colleges were no longer important to them. But yeah, Spirit of the West, and the same with Biff Naked. If you and I, what do I got for Biff Naked? Let's find something for Biff Naked. Biff Naked, you'll know Biff Naked.
Well, you know you can at least play 3 minutes before you get in trouble.
Oh, Biff Naked has fucking aged like fucking curdled cheese. I swear to God.
It seems like women tend to, unfortunately.
Yes, most women do tend to age like curdled cheese. I'm sorry. It's the way it works.
Except the women who don't bother wearing makeup and the women who really don't give a shit about their looks in the first place.
Yes.
Those women tend to age very well.
Well, that's because they're naturally young at heart. Let's try this video here. I can't remember what her songs were that she used to play. We'll play a minute or so.
We've all made sacrifices.
No.
That doesn't sound like a song.
No, that's an ad.
But there's a light.
Did you get the warning again?
Yeah, I got the warning again. Got the warning
again. Oh,
again.
you're getting in trouble faster now.
Getting in trouble much faster now. All right, so Biff Naked did a cover of Twisted Sister.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is, and she's not doing a half bad job of it. I'll have to watch it again another time.
When you're not on live stream?
When I'm not on live stream and they're going to terminate my fucking stream.
Yeah, I think they're a wee bit cranky with you.
Well, you know, we've been on stream now for almost 3 hours.
4 hours, according to the timer.
Oh, let me see here. Let's see what the timer says here. Oh, it is. It's 4
hours.
hours and 32 minutes. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No wonder we're back down to 2.
Yeah. Well, let's see. That should kick back here.
Wow, I'm watching your live stream video, and that was a great place to stop the video in.
Yeah, it was. It's a really great face. Really great face on it. I should probably kick something up on the screen so they quit freaking out. Maybe they'll quit freaking out on me because it's still got the warning up. But yeah, but Biff Naked was really quite fun. She was rather a shy person.
Really?
She was really quite shy when I interviewed her. It was like
interesting.
It was really bizarre. She was really quite soft spoken. And the other thing, who was the other person? I interviewed I can't remember her other name. I interviewed about five or six different rising music stars, and shortly after I graduated college, they suddenly hit it big.
That's cool.
And it was really cool because it was really easy to get a hold of them then. It's like, oh yeah, I'm from Camosun College, student newspaper. I want to do an interview. And they go, oh yeah, hey, reach out to these. And it's like, bingo. And it's like, now, if you were a student newspaper, you'd be lucky to get to their fucking first person in their fucking firewall.
Well, I remember back in the day when I first fell in love with Green Day, I was 11 years old.
Yeah.
And I sent them an email.
Yeah.
Directly. I sent them an email, and they emailed me back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even email like a third party person for Green Day anymore.
No.
There is no email at all.
The more famous they get, the harder they get to contact.
Oh hell yeah! I don't know how the crazies do it, man. Like they somehow managed to get these creepy messages and letters directly to the people. I don't know how they did it. It must take a hell of a lot of effort.
It takes a hell of a lot of effort to get through those firewalls.
Way too much effort for someone like me.
But yeah, Green Day was actually quite cool in concert. That was a very fascinating concert. Yeah,
Did I ever tell you how I found Green Day?
No.
Okay, so it was when I lived in Pennsylvania. We actually got one of Green Day's cassette tapes. You know, back in the day when new bands would send out a demo cassette tape to just random mail addresses, right?
Yeah.
I lived in a trailer park at the time. We got this cassette tape. I threw it into the cassette tape player, and there was Green Day. Yeah. And they had their Time of Your Life and a few other songs that are now considered not their greatest stuff.
Oh, I think it's their greatest stuff, but
that's what I think too, honestly. And I played that cassette tape until it couldn't be listened to anymore. I loved them so much.
What's so funny about that, if you think about it, that was bootlegging their own music, and that is what they frown upon now.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's awesome.
That is the same way almost every band came to prominence, was bootlegging their own music and sending it out so it would become popular. As soon as it became popular, they started mandating the same thing that just happened to me now. It's like Biff Naked, she could care less what people did with her music in the beginning. But now I played not even a minute of it, and I was slammed with a threat for shutting down my stream because it was copyrighted.
But the question is it her or the person who invested in her who makes the issue?
It's the money. It's not her, it's the money. But it ends up to be her eventually because money ends up to her.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, it's really funny to think about. It's like, what's the most I can't remember the name of the band out there. They're one of the most famous bands for bootlegging, but yet they are also one of the most famous bands for sicking lawyers on people.
Metallica?
That's it, Metallica. Metallica made their name in the 70s and 80s with bootleg cassette tapes. That's how they got popular. But as soon as they got popular, they started slamming everybody for bootlegging their music. It's like, okay, guys, that's how you got fucking popular. You guys are the most biggest weasels on the fucking planet.
Yeah, but you see, the difference is that they're bootlegging themselves. So, you know, it's a totally different world, apparently.
It's not different. It's no different. It's still bootlegging. I don't care if they were doing it themselves. It was still bootlegging.
You're putting logic to it. Mm-hmm. That's your problem. You're putting logic to it.
I put logic to too many fucking things. But yeah, Metallica was the worst. They were the worst offenders of them all.
And it sucks too because they're so bloody talented. I can't help but listen to them.
I hate them. Even when I hear them now, it's like I hate them simply because of what they did. Mm-hmm. Even if their music is good, I still hate them. I immediately shut them off.
Yeah, I've met quite a few people who feel the exact same way, but honestly, I can't help but listen to them because they are just bloody talented.
Yeah.
And besides, I can listen to them for free on YouTube.
Yeah, well, you can listen to everything free on YouTube nowadays.
I wonder, you know, I haven't actually tried looking for music videos on BitChute yet. I wonder if they have music videos.
I'm pretty sure they're starting to appear on BitChute.
Yeah, I haven't even tried searching yet because all I've done on BitChute is search for my YouTubers who've swapped over and then like checking out for any other channels that have popped up purely on BitChute.
Well, that'll create problems for BitChute because BitChute has to comply with copyright laws.
How do you comply with copyright laws?
Well, as soon
when
as
you
somebody
are-
who has copyright music places a claim, BitChute has to take it down. That's the problem with copyright laws. BitChute doesn't have to take it down until they get a notification that says, "Hey, this is copyrighted. Take it down." And BitChute can look at it and go, "Okay, well, okay, you're right. We'll take it down." So
okay, well, that's not such a big issue then.
No, it's not a big issue. It's what YouTube had to do when it started to become big. YouTube had to deal with the same thing when it started to become big. The people who had copyrights, and I tend to respect copyright most of the time. Occasionally I try to bend the rules a little bit, but I respect copyright because I understand copyright. I have had shit. I've had photos and other shit stolen from me, so I respect copyright. And BitChute has to respect copyright when it's brought to their attention. They don't have to police it. That's not their job to police it. When it's brought to their attention, they got to go, "Okay, you're right. We'll take it down." And they take it down. But people have to notify them of it.
I understand.
YouTube has automated the process, is what's happened. I doubt that BitChute has automated the process yet. BitChute will eventually automate the process the same way YouTube has automated the process.
That would take some interesting coding.
It's not that hard. It's just being able to put coding in that recognizes when certain music or other phrases are played that are copyrighted. It's recognized and boom, brought down. The problem that comes into that is this is the problem with YouTube is when you listen to things like this.
It's beginning to look like COVID Christmas.
Okay. That the underlying music is copyrighted. Okay. But that song falls under fair use. Because it's a derivative of the original song and it's a parody of the original song.
Parodies are free use.
And parodies are free use, but the underlying music is copyrighted. So if they don't recognize the music versus the lyrics, you can get nailed for copyright. And you have to challenge it and fight it. Google or YouTube, which is Google, has learned to set up their algorithms to understand the difference between the music and the parody, which is why I haven't been nailed for the same violation during this stream while I played this as I had when I played Biff Naked.
Which is interesting. Well, I'm going to have to call it a night because my eyes are starting to flutter closed.
Yes, it's almost 2 a.m. and we've been on the line for quite some time. So I'll let you go. It has been an entertaining time, child. I thoroughly
5-hour stream. That's a good first show.
It's a good first show, and we will look towards doing this on a Tuesday evening about 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
Yeah, definitely PM, not AM.
Yeah, we can't do it at 9 a.m. No, definitely PM. All right.
As long as it's after 10, we could always play the song, "It's well after 10. Drink her up, boys. It's well after 10.
I'll need that song.
That's a good song.
I'll need that song. I'll have to listen to the song down and see if I get nailed for copyright violation.
Well, it's Great Big C. Check it out.
All right. Have a good night. We'll call this a quit. This is the end of the Rogues Tavern first live stream and podcast. Everyone,
have a good one.
Have a good night. That's it. I'm done with you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good night.
I can't believe we managed to go for